Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning.
Okay.
Yes.
Even your morning umekuwa sawa sawa?
Kila kitu nshwari kabisa.
Nimeona ukikuja hapo ukafanya gym kidogo ukaanza kubeba vitu kutoka kwa gari. What's not happening?
Is it me or
you?
you?
Have you become a supplier?
Wait, is it me or you?
Sasa shida yako ni ujuangi kuplay along. Anyway, let's get down to it. What are we saying today as far as the days of celebration are concerned?
Well, today there's one weird day that we are celebrating. Is it celebrating or observing? Mm-hmm. You won't believe it.
Tell me about it.
Well,
try me.
UN, man. Mm-hmm. Okay, they are saying World Lizard Day.
World Lizard Day. And I knew it. I knew it. Watu wanapenda kusherehekea sijui kuku, simba, paka, panya. Leo tuna celebrate lizard.
Surely.
You know who else celebrates these kinds of animals? Wachawi.
Okay.
Sijasema kwamba UN ni wachawi, but nauliza tu, do you know who else celebrates these kinds of days?
Well,
wachawi.
Okay, no, not.
Na warogi.
Ndio wanasherehekea hizi.
Si hao ndio wanapenda kusacrifice mnyama hivi?
Well, I think different animals have a different meaning in different societies.
For sure.
Yeah, so basically when you see that a certain significance has been attached to a certain animal, you know there's something it does to that society.
Huko Mombasa kwanza najua watu na paka kidogo kuna kwanga na issues. We recently celebrated the day of the cat here, right?
Yes.
In Mombasa, how significant are cats? No, situdanganye. It's either that utuambie ukweli ama utuambie uishi Mombasa.
No, but cats, kila mtu kwa boma watu kuanga na cats. Yeah, cats, apart from that belief that people have, there's that myth.
There's that belief, that myth I'm talking about. Tell us about it. There's
that myth that cats are used for those spiritual, evil spirits. Evil spirits can be put in cats.
Can possess cats.
Yes. Is it not even possessing?
They have embodied the cat. They have become the cat.
Yes.
Sababu wakati mwingi huwa naona watu wakiona paka unasikia pepo mbaya.
Yeah, I know. When people go to the coast, most of the time that is the notion that they have.
Yes.
And of course there's a story.
Not just the coast. Hata huku Nairobi.
Yes. Unaona paka mwingine hapo mnono kushinda hata mbuzi wako. Atembeanga tu kwa boma. Every time you get into
paka mnono kuliko mbuzi.
Yes.
There is, which part of Mombasa
let me tell you of a story in Malindi. What one cat did.
Right.
That this guy had gone to a shop and they want to steal. So you see the shop is quite busy. So he thought the owner is not seeing. Okay, yes, the owner was not seeing because of course he was busy. Then this cat ilikuwa tu imetulia tu pale. Jamaa kaangalia anaona shopkeeper iko busy. Si akaamua kutoka. He was surprised that alisimamishwa na paka.
Ikamuongelesha.
Ilikuja ikasimama tu mbele yake.
Ikamwambia
anataka kutoka akienda this way inamfuata.
Lakini haikumuongelesha.
No, ilimshika mashati but he didn't talk.
Okay.
So he had to.
So this is a true story ama it's an urban legend?
No, this is a story.
Were you there? Or it's just a story?
I wasn't there. Yes, but those people were there. Yeah.
Told you this story.
Well, most of the time
jokes.
We tend to believe in these stories. Some are true, some are not true.
Okay.
By the way, so kila mnyama akona importance yake kwa society. So it's always good to celebrate them. Lakini sasa hii lizard, surely.
So what does the UN say about the lizard?
Yeah, it just says that it is a day that is set aside to highlight the diverse species and unique adaptations. Yeah. It encourages learning about and observing these reptiles in their natural habitats or as pets. Kuna watu wako na lizards at their homes as pets. Yeah. Again, these lizards, by the way, they do play a very big role in our society and especially for tourism.
Which role?
Kuna watu wanaenda kusoma. Most of the time, we imagine these reptiles are used for research.
No, I get
these reptiles are used for tourist attraction.
I get a crocodile being an attraction, an alligator being an attraction. a Komodo dragon being an attraction. A lizard. Hizo vitu zinakuwa kwa nyumba bwana.
They do play a very big role actually in your home as a pet.
The geckos, I know they eat insects. That much I get.
Even in lizards.
Yes, I know lizards also eat pets. I mean, sorry, not pests.
Yes.
They eat mosquitoes and wanyama wengine inaitwa nini? Mende. Wanakula pia komba mwiko ni nyama mgani?
Cockroach. So do not underrate them actually. Do not underrate them. They have their significance in the society. So, okay. Wacha watu wa kusherekea washerekee. Umesema wachawi ndo wanasherekea. Okay. But not really. Okay. Anyway, there is also this day we are celebrating.
Yes.
This is a Love Your Bookshop Day. Yeah. This of course encourages support for local bookstores and the joy of reading.
Come again.
Quite important. Saying Love Your Bookshop Day, which is observed to encourage support for local bookstores.
Actually, apart from City Muga, I do not know anyone else who reads books.
People read.
I know, of course. I know they people read. I know, but that's why bookshops are there. And they exist and they are in business. I know. But I'm just saying, I do not know of a person, apart from City Muga,
what about
who actually reads.
What about your lecturers?
Read what?
They do read.
Them they study. They don't read. They research.
Okay. Well, they research.
Yeah.
Okay, they do research. And some other times they do read.
The reading I'm talking about is like reading a novel. Like where you take a book and you say, I'm going to read this 300-page book or 500-page book. Actually, I'm usually shocked when people finish a novel in like 2 days. I'm like, how do you read all those pages in 2 days?
People do read. I'm telling you, people. Sometimes I do read also.
Nimesema sijasema watu hawasomi. Nataka tuelewane. Nimesema sijui mtu yeyote ambaye anasoma
apart from CT. Okay.
Yes. Ningalijua mwingine ningesema kuna CT na kuna fulani. Lakini sijui hata mmoja. Na siongea academic reading ile you're reading for an exam or researching for, your masters or PhD. Like just general reading. I don't know.
The other day here, there's a book that you were given here. Do you remember?
You were given a book?
There's a book that Brian was showing you. Don't you remember?
A book?
Meaning he reads, it's a storybook. The one written in Luya.
Oh, sasa.
That's a storybook.
Sasa hiyo moja tu.
Anyway. So, okay, you just saw that one. Meaning there are others behind.
Okay. Train. Tuingie kwa train. What is it? Where is the train taking us today?
Okay, this train is taking us to this one French playwright, actor and poet. And his name is Jean-Baptiste. So this is what he said, that it is not only what we do, but also what we do not do, for which we are accountable. Yeah? Jean-Baptiste said, it is not only what we do, but also what we do not do, for which we are accountable.
It's very true. I agree with it 100%. Sometimes there are things, like even Catholics, kuna wakati tukifanya maombi, kuna mahali huwa tunasema, forgive me for what we have done and for what we have not.
When I saw that quote, of course, that already came into my mind.
Yes.
That sometimes, when you go to repent, actually it's not even for the Catholics alone.
Yeah.
Yes, there are some things that you do not do.
That you need to repent.
That you get yourself into sin.
Yeah.
Like it is something that, okay, umepita mahali, umeona mtu ako na njaa, anahitaji your help. You haven't done. You didn't help them. Definitely mtu ameenda amekufa juu ya njaa na uko hapo na you had all you could help them. Unajipata kwamba umesin. Then okay, now let's look at what happens even in our country. There are so many things. You witness maybe a corruption being perpetuated by someone. You have witnessed. You say nothing.
So you have committed a sin.
You have said nothing. Okay, umesema, this one doesn't concern me. Si mimi. So, we umekaa kando.
Okay. Jean-Baptiste.
So, when that corruption, kama ni pesa ya serikali imepotea, somehow it will affect you. Yeah. And you are accountable for that.
Fault.
Yes.
True story. Totally agree. All right, so let's be good citizens by doing And even in not doing, just know that you're not being a good citizen. Now, see, let's get into rgk.co.ke. If you're out there and you're joining us for the first time, first of all, karibu tena sana. This is Radio Generation, the home of hard truths and bold insights, 88.8 in Nairobi. You can log on to rgk.co.ke. That is where you'll get all the top stories, and the ones that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. Kwa hivyo kama unaingia hapo, twende pamoja. And I want us to start with this story about DNA delays, yeah? So, DNA delays leave 300 Shakahola victims unidentified 2 years after massacre. Yesterday I was watching a news story where the CS for Interior, Kipchumba, said that they'll have to bury these guys within that Shakahola area where they were discovered, because it's been 2 years. Actually, they say it's 333 DNA samples that have been collected, yet only 66 victims have been identified through matches or physical recognition. Yeah.
Okay, let me say something. Okay, when I was watching the news and I saw him say that, I was like, I feel like the government maybe has not done enough in terms of creating that, mobilizing people to be able to go and identify or do the DNAs. Because if you go around the country,
yep,
there are so many cases that have been reported in these different police stations about lost people. So I think the government needs to do more. These people can be identified, like their owners can be traced.
So now, this is my feeling about this situation. So they've discovered, or they exhumed, about 400 bodies. Actually, according to this report, it's 453 bodies. Yes, that have been exhumed so far. They have collected 333 DNA samples. Kuna watu wamejitokeza zile za
333, yes.
Maybe someone of mine could have been at Shakahola, so let me give my DNA. And they have given DNA. So 333 of them have given their DNA. Yet only 66 victims have been identified through matches of DNA or physical recognition. Zile mnakuja mnaangalia mnasema, I recognize this person. So the government can't go, and because they have millions of missing people, if we maybe 100, maybe hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands. I could be wrong on that number, but let's even put it at 10 of thousands of people who've disappeared in Kenya in the last couple of years. Do you know what it would take to actually do all those sampling against all those lost people? Number one. And number two, chances are not, out of this, let's even put it at 10,000. Out of these 10,000 people who are missing, chances are si watu wao wamejitokeza kuja kufanywa DNA testing. So for example, tuseme mimi kwetu kuna mtu amepotea na sijaenda huku Shakahola kufanywa DNA testing. Sasa gava itanisaidia aje? Gava hizi kuja kwanza kuniambia tuwe mbuvi bana, si ukuje upeane DNA yako tuone kama mtu wako kwa hapa. What if I do not want to find out?
Okay,
you know, it's also my right, eh?
Okay, let me ask you, these DNA zinafanyika wapi? I thought they are being done here in Nairobi.
I don't know, number one, where they were collected. Number two, I do not know where they were being tested in terms of now once the samples have been acquired. But what I do know is, in terms of submitting DNA tissue, that one is voluntary. Just because in your family someone is lost, gava itakuja kuambia tiwe wayo by this ukuje ufanywe sampling. No one will you have to go there yourself. Gava ni yote miote. So on this one, unfortunately, I will have to agree with Gava. Kama huko kuna missing person unaenda kusema huko, sasa Gava itaanza kukufuata.
Okay, you know what happened was, like, if you look at this thing happened in last year, right? That is sometimes last year, 2 years ago,
2023.
Yes, 2023, and of course there came a certain period of silence. Total silence, like nothing was happening in terms of this DNA thing, yeah. So again, a story imekuja imetokea tena juzi. So that is when now people are like, oh, okay, kumbe this thing has still been happening. Yeah. So I feel that maybe if Gava can just be a little bit patient, then give Kenyans more time. Manake, like, remember of this case of this father was saying that walikuwa wametolewa kule before, then they went back again. na sahii yanasema kwamba waoni watoto. So that means a lot has been happening na kuna new cases. So gava kama inaweza kuwa a bit patient kidogo, then of course the message should go out about people coming, giving out their blood samples for the testing, so that it can be able to establish who is who.
So me, in my opinion, 2 years is a very long time. If you honestly have a missing person, you should have already submitted your DNA sample for testing. Gava iko na all the 453 samples, sindio? Minus of course wale wenye wameshakuwa identified by recognition.
Yes.
So hao wengine samples zao tayari zipo, ni sisi hatujajipeleka tu huko. Wewe anko yako alipotea kitambo, hujajishughulika kwenda kufuata kupeana sample yako. Anaweza kuwa ako Shakahola by the way, lakini wewe umeamua usiende huko. Sasa gava itakufuatilia. Gava iko na vitu zingine za kufanya. Una get? Pia hizo laboratories where the DNA sampling is supposed to be done. Those labs have other things to do. They won't just sit around waiting. Your samples won't just sit around waiting to be tested. So wewe kama utaki kwenda huko, hiyo sasa hiyo that's on you. Hiyo nayo niko na CS Murkomen 100%. All right, what else is happening as far as RGK is concerned?
I think this story about the BBC child sex trade expose that happened the other day.
Yes.
And the CS Murkomen has come out to dispute the ages of the victims in the BBC child sex trade expose. Well, there's something that you asked about this expose, and the question was, okay, we have been in this country for the longest, yeah, lakini unakuja kupata it is an international media that exposes some of these things. And then we were like, why do you think it is the international medias that come out and expose some of these things?
Number one, they have more resources than local media. We got to be honest about that. Number two, even in terms of experience and expertise, sometimes they outrank us as far as that is concerned. So I'll say that that could be the two major reasons why. And you see, for groups like the BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN, them, they have got departments where they deal with special stories such as these ones. Where they deal with like serious corruption cases, high-ranking officials who are involved in corruption. They literally have departments. Those you see the investigative arm of the media houses. Those media houses, they are very, very strong, number one, and they are very well funded. Yes.
Well, I'm not disputing any of those reasons. And again, maybe to just add on, most of the time, I feel like people are giving more trust to those international medias, in terms of even us consuming the information that has been exposed in our country. I feel like if it was just a local media that has done this, this thing would be so much politicized. Will be so much politicized. Tutaanza kusema unaona huyu ametumwa na mwanasiasa fulani aende afanye nini.
And I will disagree with you because you see, facts are facts. Whether nimetumwa ama sijatumwa, fine, naweza kuwa nimetumwa na by your political opponent, but the point is, the question here is rather, what I have presented, is it factual? Is it real?
Yes.
Because if it is real, kama umeua, whether nimetumwa by your opponent, it's neither here nor there. Yes.
So that's the reason why I'm saying, of course, facts are facts. But now the consumption, the uptake of that report that you've given, now that is what matters.
You remember when Mohaji Chopevu alikuwa anafanya ma-exposes za kina Al-Shabaab, za drug dealers and so on and so forth, alifanya ile ya Kanyari. You remember that time?
I remember.
Yeah. We as Kenyans, we consumed that media and we were very okay with it in terms of we accepted and we saw the truth in that particular expose. And I think you also did it with John Alan Nyamu at the time, right? So we accepted it because it was factual, it was true. We knew we were being duped. For example, in the instance of Kanyari, tuliona vizuri sana venye wanafanya. Wafuasi wake katika kanisa walikuja wakasema, mimi nililipwa X amount of money to pretend like this. It was acting. We even saw videos, footage of him, what is it called? Wakirihas how to exorcise demons and so on and so forth. So a fact is a fact,
but
no matter who's giving it to you, whether it's international media or local media.
But do you know, even having known that was a fact, those were factuals. Up to date, there are some people who still go to that church.
Yeah, and it is because...
And they tell you that hizi vitu muli expose si kweli.
Sasa unacheki, ukishapatiwa evidence, it's up to you to decide whether it is true or false. At the end of the day, no one will force you. Unaget? Hakuna mtu atakulazimisha kufanya nini? Kukubali ama kukataa. Wewe umepatiwa, umeonyeshwa. And that is largely the work of media. Media, our work is to give facts, expose, then leave it for the audience to consume and decide for themselves. We inform you, basically, for lack of a better word. Once we have informed you, whatever you do with that information, that one is up to you. To expose corruption cases, to say, 20 billion has been lost in this particular parastatal or in this ministry, it's up to you as now the Kenyan to do or to take action. So it's either you sue your government or you demand for accountability and so on and so forth.
Okay, let me just read a bit of this story. What he says, that Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has challenged claims made in the recent BBC Africa Eye documentary on child sex exploitation in Kenya, saying some of the individuals featured may have misrepresented their ages. But the documentary, Madams Exposing Kenya's Child Sex Trade, aired recently, revealing shocking accounts of underage girls allegedly exploited under the control of so-called madams. It described how children, some reportedly as young as 12, are lured into the sex trade. The investigations highlighted Maimayu, a transit town in Kenya's Rift Valley, 50 kilometers east of Nairobi, as a key transport hub and alleged hotspot for child sexual abuse. So this is what he said. Speaking before the National Assembly on Wednesday, Murkomen clarified that his remarks about the documentary do not imply that sexual exploitation of children does not exist in Kenya. The entire report was fake because the people who were interviewed were not underage. That is not to say there may be no cases of sexual exploitation of young people in the country, he said, adding that he had examined the identities and backgrounds of those featured.
Yeah, if he had examined and checked out their pseudonyms, angekuja atuambia basi, guys, BBC ilisema Patricia, for example, is 12 years old. Here is Patricia is 22.
Yeah.
So you dispute
with facts.
Exactly. Usikuja kutuambia Mbuvi alisema ako 14 na Mbuvi yuko 14, unaiachia hapo. Tuambie Mbuvi ako how old? Because BBC ili present watu na ika present evidence yenye ilikuwa available to them. Watoto waliuliza, because I watched that expose. Mtoto alikuwa anauliza, how old are you? 12. How old are you? 15. How old are you? I think there was a 17-year-old or something. So you have an alternative fact. Bring it.
Bring the facts so that now we can argue from a point of fact.
Yes. And since you are the government, you have access to things such as a birth certificate. Yes, because you have the original, gava iko na the duplicate. Unajua hivyo? Yeah. So gava inaweza toa iseme, look, this lady called Patricia we were told is an underage girl. Here we have a birth certificate. She was born at Pumwani in 1981. So we have ascertained she's 45 years of age. But don't just tell us that some of these pseudonyms. Gava ituonyeshe. And you see, they also have the right to ask BBC, okay, fine, you've exposed this particular situation. Give us some of the details, or give us the whole detail. Tell us these are the people that you interviewed, because we'd like to arrest the women who, of course, are doing the madams, right? And the girls, we want also to rescue them if indeed they are doing this involuntarily. Sindio? Watu wameendia asichana, tumewa rescue, ama tumekuja kupata by the way ni ukweli wako 12 ama ni uongo huyu wa 12 mliambiwa wako 12. And since they have the footage, we can tell if this is the girl that was interviewed. Tuambwe this is the girl that was interviewed, akisemekana ako 12, tumeconfirm ako 18. Ndio hii birth certificate yake, ama ndio hii ID yake, ama ndio hii passport yake. Tunajua alisomea shule fulani. Hata kama kwenda shule tunajua anatoka mahali fulani. This is her location. Gava has all that information. If the government can find me hiding in a bush somewhere, surely. If they can find all these people who've been disappearing, surely they can find girls who are in the full glare of the media.
So apparently now the government has said they will do they are getting to this matter. They'll do investigations. And they said that they recognize the urgency and gravity of the issues raised, and they are treating them with the seriousness they deserve. Well, I think, and that is the reason why I told you that some of these things, why people fear maybe exposing them, is that I think, like what you have said,
yes,
the CS would have just come out with facts. You get? Yeah, just angetoka tu aseme tu okay, tumesikia hii, let us just give us time. We are investigating, we are giving this matter the urgency that it deserves, so that now we can come out with facts about this. Other than, when you come out and say without facts, most of the time people look at it like this is politics again. Yeah. And in Kenya, most of the things that we have seen, you come, you say something, it is politicized, then later you come and find the truth. Unapata kwamba everything that was being said was pure truth. And that is why sometimes local media are unable to do such kinds of exposés, not because we do not have the capacity, but it's because the moment it is discovered that Radio Generation, for example, is investigating child trafficking in Mai Mahiu, for some strange reason, either frequencies zenyu zinazimwa ama kampuni yenyu inafungwa. So basically that was what I was saying when we were starting. And we have seen it before. There's a media house, I will not mention it. They were about to do a very serious expose. They even did promos. And the promos were everywhere on YouTube. They were on their station. And people were on social media, people were waiting with bated breath. Then on the night of the expose, it didn't happen. Everything did not work out as planned. Unfortunately, we have got to rely on BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN. Wakuja watuambie hizi vitu zinafanyika kwa country yetu. Aya, sawa. Well, there's a story here, interesting one. We are still on CS Murkomen, who has declared vandalism, looting and arson as terrorism in Kenya. In Kenya. Is he declaring, or is he just maybe supporting a certain act in the constitution? The point here is he has declared it. So Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has issued a stern warning that anyone who invades, vandalizes or destroys government or private property will be treated as a terrorist under Kenyan law and face terrorism charges. Now the CS said such actions meet the legal threshold of terrorism, emphasizing that perpetrators will face the full force of the law. Speaking in Parliament on Wednesday, Murkomen cited the June 25th and July 7th demonstrations highlighting the destruction of police stations, public offices, and private businesses as clear examples of terrorism. And this is what he went on to say. You don't have to be Osama bin Laden to be a terrorist. Once you invade a police station, burn a court, supermarket, or a government installation, create fear, disrupt emergency services like medical or transport, you are a terrorist. What remains is to go through the court process to determine culpability. Now, there's this man who goes by the name of Speaker Moses Wetangula. He came out after CS amesema hivyo. Kasema Osama bin Laden was not a terrorist because he was not charged in any court of law anywhere to determine that he was a terrorist. So there was no evidence of Osama having been a terrorist. In our country. Okay. Mimi wacheni niwachekeshe juu hii country yetu inaitwa Kenya. Hii country yetu inaitwa Kenya. Well, hii country inakuanga full of comedy. I think he used the principle of you are innocent until you are proven guilty. Unajua ni aje?
tuachane na hii story.
No, by the way, looking at
tufanye tu nini traffic updates, because hii ni comedy. Sijui kama umeona ikiwa comedy wewe.
Okay, it's okay. Now coming back to the country, even the issues of corruption that we've been witnessing in our country. Yeah. Wewe utakuwa uko na prove. Unasema kwamba okay, uko na prove. But until now the court takes your proof and proves it. That person still remains innocent.
Wewe ninaona wewe na akina Wetangula nyinyi ni mabeste. Aya, so what's on your roads this particular morning? Ninaangalia pale Makadara, that means I'm looking at Jogoo Road. There's a lot of traffic as you're heading towards town. Well, I'm so sorry. So hiyo ni kutoka pale Makadara train station, that car space where you actually cross the road from there. That's where the traffic rather is starting from, and then going back, acha nione hamna shida yoyote. Outer Ring Road iko sawa at this particular minute, no traffic whatsoever. You guys are moving well. Now we've joined Airport North Road. How does it look? Airport, yeah, it looks good at this particular minute, and I hope it remains as such for you heading into town. On Mombasa Road mko sawa sawa. Kabana, sasa niangalie nyuma kuna kaa namna gani. Watu ambao wanatoka Mlolongo mko sawa, hamna stress yoyote. Patricia, barabara za kwenyu zinakaa namna gani?
I see Langata Road is quite okay, except ikifika pale Nyayo Stadium, that is where we are seeing a little bit of traffic. Lusaka Road quite okay, except when it joins it's joining Jogoo Road, that is at City Roundabout there, that is where we are seeing a little snarl up as you get towards town. Thika Road quite okay, except the usual place, Muthaiga, that area towards town, we are seeing traffic. That is where we are seeing traffic, and most of the parts of the road ziko that is yellow, meaning little traffic but things still moving. Tukienda Mombasa, watu wa lights Kengeleni, I see things are quite okay. Yeah, just a little snarl up. I think things will be quite okay.
All right. Anything on the roads you think we should know, please holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
It's time for us to get into the newspapers. Wacha nikupatie hii inaitwa Standard, and I want to start with you. Hebu tusome what's going on there.
Well, a biggest story on the Standard newspaper. No, thank you. That is our President Ruto. He says, no, thank you, Ruto. So, rejection from Ghana to KNCHR. President Ruto's dream jobs keep getting dumped. In just 2 years, 9 high-profile nominees have walked away from plum positions offered by the president, from ambassadorial seats to commission chairmanships. The string of rejections has fueled claims of sloppy vetting, fear of association over dwindling fortunes, tone-deaf gender picks, and advisors asleep at the wheel, leaving the head of state embarrassed and scrambling for replacements. A story on page 4. Those who said no to state jobs is this one, Duncan Ojwang. Kuna pia Millicent Omanga, Nairobi River Commission Post alikataa. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu alikataa kukua kwenda kwa Ghana Embassy. Timothy Bosire, NTSA appointment, alikataa. Why do you think people are refusing these positions and these job offers?
I wish they could tell us. If you could actually get them on the show, let me ask our producer to get them. Madam producer, nanaja natusikiza. If you can get akina Mili okuja tuambie kwa nini. But speculation and guesswork, let me just put it out there. My guess would be either they have proper, like, serious issues with the government, like they are feeling working with you kidogo itakuwa tricky sana, or they're refusing that particular position and this is just a game, you know, a smoke screen, aka play. Ndio tuoneshwe okay, kuna watu wamekata hizi makazi, you see, as in it's possible people can actually decline positions, or they're declining them because other people want to take those positions. So it could be a myriad of issues as to why they have said no. But sana in my opinion, mimi naona ikiwa smoke screen.
Okay, let's hear what...
or maybe someone is fearing the vetting process.
Let's hear what this is saying, that an opportunity to serve the country is ordinarily one taken as an honor, a rare gesture that many hope for but few achieve. It is even more honorable when the president is the appointing authority. However, 2 years after the president, William Ruto administration took over the reins, the list of high-profile individuals who have turned down lucrative state jobs offered by the head of state continues to grow. Yeah. An announcement by Duncan Oburu Ojwang that he had declined his nomination to the post of the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Yes,
yesterday brought the total number of rejections to job offers by the president to 9 so far.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe it also has the issue to do with we've had a lot of times that it's difficult to advise the president. So maybe these guys are like, hii nitaingia kwa hii kazi, fine, I'm a commission chair somewhere, or I'm in a commission somewhere, but my recommendations might never be taken seriously, or they might not be included because at the end of the day, they mean nothing. Yeah, that could also be another issue.
Well, leaders are calling for a proper vetting mechanism to avoid embarrassing situations.
Na kwani ya watu wanapointiwa tu like kwa choo mahali, mtu anatoka hivi kwa choo anaambiwa by the way unajua ndio commission chairman wa place flani. Like wait, what? Nami ni appoint aje sangapi? Mimi sijaambiwa kitu.
Or maybe before consultation.
Or someone perhaps wants to embarrass the president, whereby a president anakupigia simu unaambiwa ni aje utachukua hii kitu, unasema yeah fine ndakubali. Then once they gazette you or they announce you,
you come out and say that
unasema bwana kuna mtu aliniongelesha hiyo kitu. So it could be like it could be a lot of things. It could be a lot of things.
In Kenya we have so many possibilities. Yeah,
could be a lot of things. So tunafaa kupata watu hapa hivi wakuja kutuambia. Kwanza huyo Millicent Omanga huyo kuja tuambie what's up. Anything else of value we need to know about?
You can just check the other newspaper.
So Daily Nation hapa mbele unasema US damning report on Kenya's impunity. A report by the US Department of State has condemned Kenya's worsening human rights record, citing attacks on Kenya Kwanza administration's critics, particularly during last year's bloody anti-government protests. That story is on page 4 and 5. So here are the violations. Extrajudicial killings, apparently according to rights groups, allege authorities significantly underestimated the number of unlawful killings by security forces. Coalition reported 105 human rights activists were abducted or reported missing. On matters torture, police and prisons officials reportedly used torture during interrogations and to punish pre-trial detainees. And then there's the issue of kidnapping of Ugandan activists, including opposition leader Kizza Besigye, and forced transfer to Uganda. That is your country, Kenya. Ruto steps up attack on bribe-taking lawmakers. Let's read this one. President William Ruto has called out Parliament and the judiciary, terming them as the weakest link in the fight against corruption, accusing the former of being involved in a bribe-soliciting spree instead of performing its oversight role. In a scathing attack on Parliament, the head of state said parliamentary committees have turned into extortion rings, demanding bribes from witnesses who appear before them in order to write favorable reports. Yes, so you can see the president there who joined Kochia Kagab traditional dancers in a jig yesterday during the opening of the Devolution conference at Homa Bay High School in Homa Bay County. President Ruto said his government is committed to unlocking the full potential of the counties. So there's a clerk here, how he bagged 424 million shillings in cash prizes. Bonnie Kamau had a routine day processing, booking tickets in a transport firm until a call interrupted his schedule and dramatically transformed him into a multi-millionaire.
Wow.
Did you see this story? Watu wako na maswali. Watu wako na maswali. Including myself. Niko na maswali mengi sana.
What are some of the questions that you have?
This guy, and the same story is on the Star. This guy won 424,660,618 shillings. This is close to $500 million. When he was called and told, and he played this jackpot, so he knew he might or might not win. When he was called by Karauri, the CEO of SportPesa, also the MP of, I think, Kasarani, when he was called by this man, he was so calm about it. Mimi sahi nipigie simu Patricia, uniambie nimeshinda $500,000, forget even $1 million, $500,000, 500,000 Kenya shillings.
Yes.
Pesa sikuwa natarajia, niliekelea tu ka jackpot mali, ka bet mali, na nikasema let me go on with my life. Then suddenly I receive a phone call. I have won $500,000 Kenya shillings. You think I'll
of course you'll not.
I won't even be unable to do this. I will be unable to do this show. Itabidi wewe umeendelea sasa, mimi nakuacha hapa na akina Openje na naenda. So first of all, the way this guy reacted has for me, there are too many questions there. At you have won yourself 424 million.
And then you just start saying thank you.
He didn't even say thank you. He was like, oh. Now, I understand this shock. I understand kuna ile shock ya, ati umesema? Wewe kwenda huko unanipigia simu kama nani? I understand this, cause Kenya of course kuna watapeli wengi. I understand you can be skeptical zile za ati nimeshinda 424. Oh, okay. Sawa. He didn't even have questions after that.
Yeah, alisema tu. Okay.
Hata hakuuliza unanipigia kutoka wapi? How do I confirm that ni SportPesa? Mko ofisi yenu iko wapi? Ni kuje saa ngapi?
Unasema script ilienda vibaya.
Hebu niambie idea namba yangu yenye imeshinda ni gani? Ni confirm, cause I mean this gamblers the gambling firm have his details. Mimi ningeambia hebu nisomee namba yangu nijue kwamba ni nyinyi kwanza.
Well, of course, if somebody tells you that you're winning such amounts of money, you'll ask, tutajua huyu mtu kweli hii ni kitu imemsurprise.
Initially trust me, even my voice will start shaking. Whether nitapeli ama ni ukweli. Kutetemeka nao mtasikia zile za
you feel, yes.
Wait a minute. Ati? That one I promise, and it's not acting. Hiyo ni ile legit, genuine, because there are some things in life when they happen, my friend. Lightning strikes once, the same spot.
Yes.
Even if it's a lie, hata kama nimepigwa na tapeli kutoka tunasemanga ni kamiti, my friend, just to be safe, I will be super excited. Sauti itapotea, mate itaisha kwa mdomo, hakutakuwa na tofauti na kama nimeambiwa I'm about to go to committee for the rest of my life. So this guy, the way he reacted, kidogo tricky.
Speaks volumes.
Aya. Kuna history ingine, hiyo what I investigate baadaye, but considering this is Mr. Karauri, history itaishia tu hapo. But there are some theories to it. I'm not saying that he didn't win. I'm just saying that I'm not convinced that he won. Yes.
His reaction is not convincing.
Yeah, kuna watu, okay, maybe it's just him. He's one of the very few people who are never shocked by this amount of money. 424 million. Hey, amunijui. But some people have theories. So there's someone who came out on social media and said that this particular company that awarded him this money, they probably looked for someone to award this money, and they're not going to give him the full 424 million. Now, guys, this is just a conspiracy. Don't go out there saying that movie alisema ati msee hajashinda pesa. I'm just literally just echoing what someone said on social media. So, wakasema hii kampuni ya betting kitu walifanya ni juu hawataki kupeana hii pesa yote. EPL unajua inaanza kesho Yes, the English Premier League.
Sure.
And many other major leagues zinaanza this weekend actually. We're talking about Bundesliga, Serie A, we're talking about La Liga, and then of course EPL. Zote zinaanza this weekend. And someone might actually walk away with this money because initial games that will be played in the EPL and all those other leagues I've mentioned, it's very easy to predict the winner. Because some of the biggest players are going to be starting their play. For example, we're looking at Liverpool playing this particular weekend.
Yeah.
We're looking at the likes of Akina Bayern playing this particular weekend. We're looking at the likes of Akina Madrid, Real, zote zinacheza this weekend.
Yeah.
And the chances of those teams winning, very high. They might lose, but the chances of them winning, very high. So if someone were to play the jackpot this weekend,
wanajua mtu anashinda,
kuna vile unaweza shinda, so wakaona tutapeana tu half a billion tu hivyo. I know this money grows with every passing day
Yes.
So kuna mtu anaweza tembea tu na half a billion yani tu hii weekend. Wakaona wacha tuite Patricia, tumpatie hata kama tutampatia 5 million ama hata 10 million, anyamaze atulie, but there's no way we're going to give away a whole 400 million. Yes, so that is just a theory someone put out there.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Let's wait and see. But of course, I know with betting and so forth, so many people do win.
Yeah, I mean they win. It's just
so many people do win. Na zingine pia zinakuwa ni real.
Yes.
Kuna zingine like
na ndio maana because now that 424 has been won, they are resetting they want not to reset the calculator, let me call it that, the calculator. So the next jackpot is not going to be at 424 million. It will be way less, probably 100 million or something of the sort. Yeah.
Okay, as we say, every other business is of course you must have strategies. Speaking
of sports, there's our very own Harambee Stars who could qualify for knockouts today without even kicking the ball. Yeah, so if you read the back page of the Daily Nation, Group A leaders Kenya.
Yes.
Jipigeni makofi.
Of course, that one. Acha wapigie makofi.
Group A leaders, that is Kenya, could secure quarterfinal for the quarterfinal spot today Thursday. So why or how are we going to qualify for that? If Morocco versus Zambia and Angola versus DRC Congo draw, sisi ndani kabisa.
Hata bila kucheza.
Yes.
So because of course we've been waiting for the match that we'll be doing on Sunday to in order now to sema kwamba tumeshaingia kabisa. But now if these ones they draw kwisha.
So question, what are the chances of Morocco and Zambia drawing?
Hapo naye kidogo
this is my prediction on today's game. And I'm not going to put out goals. But I have a feeling Morocco watatandika Zambia mbaya.
I'm in support.
Yes.
Chances
are Morocco na Zambia. Morocco watatandika Zambia. Aya, Angola versus DR Congo. Daktari Congo.
I think
hapa ninaona Congo wakitandika Angola. I could be wrong.
Of course. I think your bet is just like mine.
Yeah. So if that happens, then tuko na kazi on Sunday. But the last time we met Zambia, tuliwatandika 2-0. So but it wasn't during the CHAN whatever. It was a different tournament. So if we are as good as we think we are.
We are. Of course we are.
You know there are some skeptical voices out there.
I'm telling you.
Kuna watu
yani you Kenyans you do not believe in your own team.
Kuna watu hapa nje, they don't believe that sorry about that. There are some people out here who don't believe that Kenya
is getting this on merit.
Yes.
Just say it. Yeah. That's what people are. Some people are insinuating outside.
Mimi nilisema kazi yetu kama media ni kuinform. Na mimi ninawainform watu huku nje. Wanasema kana kwamba kuna mahali watu wanacheza an envelope game. Some brown envelope somewhere zinatamba.
Call it match fixing. Anyway,
again, remember the views mentioned in this show do not necessarily reflect those of Radio Generation.
But mungalas.
So the theory here is that first of all, let's look at some facts here. Our president offered the players money, lots and lots of money. Yes, I think they were told that if they carry this tournament, they will be paid 600 million.
Yeah, 600 million.
Former governor Mike Sonko said 400 million.
Yeah, making it 1 billion.
So they're looking at 1 billion.
Look at what they've been getting.
Every game they're playing, if they win, 1 million. If they draw, 500,000.
Yes.
So far they've won twice, they've drawn once. So these guys already have 2.5 million in the bag. I hope they've received that money, by the way. Can someone tell us? Mr. McCarthy, Benny McCarthy, call us when.
Confirm this. Yeah, I should confirm this.
Call us when, my brother, and tell us if you've received this money. All right. Now, the other thing that we are looking at, historically speaking, sati Kenya haijapromisiwa Kenya pesa before, as far as sports
is
football
concerned, of course.
Specifically football is concerned. We've had instances where even President Uhuru promised our team, mkifika mahali fulani kuna pesa fulani na wangojea. All right. Victor Wanyama, former Kenyan international, aliulizwa I think sometime this week, akauliza ni pesa inafanya stars wacheza hivyo? Akasema but it's only money. Money is the motivation.
Yes.
And that's the truth. Me, if you pay me some really good money, you'd be shocked at what I can do for you. Depending on what you ask me. Yeah. There's money you can pay me and you ask me to
I'll give you average. Yes.
And there's money you can give someone and they do maajabu even at their job. Unaweza nilipa saizi uone nimeanza kuongea Kifaransa, uniambie movie from today start speaking French.
Money is the greatest motivator
will,
the way around. Yes.
I will sleep tonight. I'll leave this studio, go study French for the next 24 hours. Kesho asubuhi nikuja hapa mtasikia nikiongea Kifaransa better than Macron, the president of
because of the motivation.
So anyway, they're saying that kuna mahali pesa imetembea. Obviously, I would like to believe that we are good enough without, bribery and stuff like that.
Well, and another thing that I think is that as a country right now, there is a turnaround in terms of sports in our country.
Yes.
Even their approach, you see the preparation that as a country we had done. It means that there is a turnaround.
Yes.
And there's something new that is happening. So I don't think people stop being negative about what our teams can really do. I know they can. Imagine we have good players, and I know also they really prepared well.
Yes.
Yeah. Apart from the Izo Viwanja, the stadiums and so forth, they have really been training.
Yes.
We have a new coach. Of course.
Yes.
That means we expect change. And that is what we are witnessing right now.
And that is why I started by saying clap for your team. They have done really well. And we just hope going forward, kama sasa tulitandika Morocco 1-0, si ndio? I hope in subsequent games, if we do happen to meet Morocco in future, wasitutandike 7-0.
Well, tukona home ground advantage by the way, wacha nikuambie. So kama tunatoka hapa tuende Morocco and then we are playing Morocco, of course them they will be having that home ground advantage unlike us.
Do you know what Mr. Boni Kamau, who won the money on that jackpot of 424 million said? So on the front page of the Star, he said, my wife thought I was crazy, says Sport Pesa winner. That story is on page 4 or 5 of the Star newspaper. Why don't you grab that and get to read more about Mr. Boni Kamau. Mr. Boni, actually, producer, tafuta Boni akuja hapa tumuulize alishindaje pesa.
Mungala, I don't know whether you've seen this story about the expressway project.
What about it?
The Mombasa Nairobi expressway. Is it Mombasa Nairobi?
Okay.
And I had you yesterday discuss about this project.
Yes.
And of course you were asking, do we have specific projects that the government can pinpoint and say that this project, we borrowed this amount of money to work on it, and we can tell this is the success of this story. I remember you've been asking that question several times, and yesterday the guest that we had quoted this project, the expressway. So this is what it says. Farms deny 468 billion expressway project has been abandoned. Yeah.
Tumekuwa tukiuliza mara mingi sana, is there ROI on any of these projects that we are doing?
Yes.
So now that project you're saying has been abandoned?
Well, the farms are denying that they've been abandoned, the project. And this is what it says, that 2 farms behind the planned construction of the 468 billion Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway have denied reports that the government has abandoned the project. Everstone Capital and Usahi Expressway Limited have also accused the local media of what they termed misreporting. This comes after Kenya National Highway Authority, which is the contracting authority, on Tuesday said the proposals for the Usahi Expressway did not meet the criteria, hence the decision to abandon it. The project is supposed to start at Mulolongo, yes, and end at Bonje in Mombasa. But according to Kenha, the decision was reached during the 54th Ordinary PPP committee meeting on July 2nd, to the effect that the committee determined that the proposal does not meet the relevant criteria and should be abandoned in accordance with Section 43, 11C of the DPP Act 2021, said the notice. Instead, the committee directed the project to be restricted to expanding the existing highway. So ndio wanasema it has not been abandoned, ni vile tu one of the needs did not meet the criteria.
Okay, I wonder how this project is going to be undertaken. I really do. First of all, the express itajengwa wapi? Itajengwa juu kama ingine yenye tunapitianga Mombasa Road, ama itajengwa chini? Like I'm really curious to see how the road will be constructed. Number 2, the amounts of money that we shall be paying when we are driving to Mombasa on the expressway.
On the expressway, yeah.
Kama kutoka Mlolongo hadi Westlands is 490 Kenya shillings.
So sahi wewe,
how much will they charge from Nairobi to Mombasa?
To Mombasa. Okay, but now the question is, must they charge?
I mean, there's a reason why it's called an expressway.
Well, it is express, of course. Like hakuna ile kuna mtu atasimama ashukishe. It is an express, of course.
And for you to achieve that,
it is meant to ease the traffic.
For you to achieve that, you do not allow every Tom, Dick and Harry on it. Yes, because that's how it is here in Nairobi. Hii expressway ya kutoka Mlolongo hadi Westlands, that's the concept, whereby no stopping, and in case you stop, by the way, there's a fine. That's the purpose of it being an expressway. No snarl-ups, because stopping means snarl-ups.
Well, is the charge supposed? Is it just a disciplinary charge? Yeah. Or a restriction charge, or it is a charge that is meant to maybe to pay back the amounts that have been used to construct it.
Fine ni discipline. Ndio maana you're fined. That is your discipline.
So is that a fine or it's a charge?
No, I'm saying when you stop on the expressway, you are fined. Not using the expressway. Using the expressway,
we are paying.
You pay the toll charges.
Yes.
That is separate from the fine. So if you happen to stop on the expressway for whatever reason and your car hasn't broken down, umeamua tu kusimamisha gari yako, maybe utoke ujisaidie kwa barabara, you are fined. Okay? And by the time you're getting on the expressway, you need to ensure that your vehicle is in good condition, you have enough fuel, because they won't condone that. Unajua siku anajua gari yangu ina mafuta imezimika. Ile gari inakuja kukutow, because you will have to be towed. The amounts of money you pay for that towing are not the same amounts of money you will pay had you been on the normal road. They are much higher. So the expressway is express for those reasons. So assuming they do something similar Mombasa Nairobi, I'm assuming they will impose similar sanctions or charges or fines if they do find you on the road on that expressway, no kufa kukua hapo at that particular time. So what am I saying? I wonder how they're going to do this, because kama Mombasa, kama Mlolongo to Westini for 90, how much more
will it be from Mombasa to...
Yeah. Anyway, we're about to get to the news with Winnie Maganga, but as we do that, allow me to say this. Salamu kwanza zimfikie mtu ambaye ametu WhatsApp na hajatupatia jina, but amesema Mongala and Trish, Langata Road is one way towards Nyayo Stadium. What's happening on that road? I think is it because there's a match today? That could be the reason. Yes, sababu kukuwa na match, barabara inafungwa side moja, especially zile side ziko around the stadium.
Oh yes.
So that could be the reason. Lakini wameifunga mapema 6:36. Kwani game inacheza saa ngapi? Anyway, we shall confirm that, get back to you. But right now though, here is the news with one Winnie Maganga.
Generation, the home of urban soul. Now Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 3 men alleged to be part of a criminal syndicate involved in illegally unlocking M-Copper phones have been arraigned in court for theft and handling stolen goods. The accused, Jeremiah Njoroge, Marvin Wanguno, and Victor Kimani, appeared before Milimani Law Courts, where they denied the charges. According to court filings on August 4th, 2025, at Intermark Business Center in Nairobi, the trio allegedly stole 6 mobile phones valued at 800,000 Kenya shillings belonging to M-Copper Kenya Limited. Magistrate Dolphina Alego granted each accused person a bond of 2 million Kenya shillings or an alternative cash bail of 1 million Kenya shillings. The case is set for pre-trial mention on August 27th, 2025.
Alternative count number 1, that's handling stolen goods. Particular, sir, on the 4th day of August 2025 at Intermark Business Center in Nairobi, in Nairobi County, others in the process of stealing, jointly, dishonestly receive or retain 6 Samsung phones, make Samsung A13 of IMEI number 35715347719928
President William Ruto has sent a strong message to government agencies, warning them not to take part in or protect corrupt activities. Speaking on Wednesday, August 13th, during the Devolution conference in Homa Bay County, Ruto said it was time for the country to face corruption head-on. He described the vice as a major obstacle to Kenya's progress and urged accountability bodies to play their part without fear or favor. The president singled out the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, telling them they have no excuse for failing to act.
We are undertaking transformation in Kenya, but that transformation is being undermined by corruption, and we must call it what it is. And all agencies, institutions, and arms of government, we must come together to deal with the challenge of corruption so that we can ensure that public resources are meant and are used for the intended purposes for which the people of Kenya have asked us.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen says preliminary investigations show parts of a BBC African Eye documentary on child sex trafficking in Mai Mahiu were based on falsified information. Appearing before the National Assembly, Murkomen was responding to Gilgil MP Martha Wangari, who raised concerns after the program aired on the 4th of August. The documentary alleged truck drivers and traffickers were exploiting underage girls in the transit town. The Cabinet Secretary reported that the individuals presented in the documentary as underage victims were in fact adults engaged in commercial sex work.
We are confirming from this report that, Mr. Speaker, the entire report was fake because the people who were interviewed were not underage. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I went the whole length to read their names, their pseudonyms, Mr. Speaker, and who they are, what they do, and why, what was the motivating factor when they were posing as children. Mr. Speaker, that is not, and the statement also is very clear. That is not to say there may be no cases of sexual exploitation of young people in the country.
The United States has warned Kenyan students heading to America that failing to stick to their academic programs could result in the loss of their visas. In a statement released on Wednesday, the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi cautioned that missing classes, quitting studies, or leaving school without notifying the institution could lead to visa revocation and affect future travel to the U.S. The embassy emphasized that students who fail to attend lessons or withdraw from their programs without proper notice may have their visa cancelled. Such actions could also make it more difficult to obtain a U.S. visa in the future, even for work or tourism purposes. U.S. President Donald Trump says there will be very severe consequences if Putin doesn't agree to end the war with Ukraine after Friday's summit in Alaska. Trump also says there is a good chance of a second meeting with the Russian president, which could include Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. After a call with Trump and European leaders, Zelensky said the U.S. is ready to support his country and told the U.S. president that Putin is bluffing about the impact of sanctions. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the priority was securing a ceasefire, adding Ukraine's allies should increase pressure on Russia if it does not agree. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Mbuvi and the time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. I hope you're well wherever you are. This is that time where we get to have our morning conversation, and today we want to focus on devolution versus the youth. Why? Because the youth are the future of this country. But I feel like the youth are the present and the future of this country. What do you think, Patricia?
I think for the longest time we kept on saying that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow.
And tomorrow is here.
Yeah, and tomorrow never comes, Yeah, that tomorrow has never come. So I think it's high time that we changed that perception, we changed that narrative that the youth are here and they are the leaders of today.
I actually want to ask that same question to the youths that we have in studio today. So allow me to introduce, he's no longer actually a stranger to this studio and to our audience, Meshak Kiprotich. He is a Kanu National Youth Leader. Karibu sana Meshak.
Thank you for having me.
And we also have Brian Kipkorir, UDA Youth Leader. Brian, karibu tena sana.
Asante sana.
Kuna kwangana rumors fulani juu ya wanaitwa Brayo. Sijui kama unazijua.
Sema tu. Usifiche.
Liwe liwalo.
You say this is the home of truth.
Yeah. Actually the home of hard truths and bold
ones.
Insights.
So I think you have to be bold and say it.
Yeah. Lakini ndakuuliza kando ya microphone. Hii ni personal.
Yeah.
So Patricia has said that tomorrow never comes, and I'm saying tomorrow is today. It has arrived because back in the day we were being told we're the futures of tomorrow. So in my opinion, it has arrived. I don't know. What do you think? Are the youth ready to take over leadership today?
We live in a country where largely is predominantly because of the majority of the youth people. The 78% are below the age of 35.
Right.
So that is a significant number. And those are people who have the energy and they can take the country forward. But remember, taking the country forward, it means you need to prepare mentally. At the same time, you need also to prepare politically.
Yes.
At the same time, socially. So the question should be, are we ready mentally? And if the mindset is right, then it means we can take this country forward. But remember, we do have a lot of challenges as the young people. And the major priority as a young person is to get a job. Once you have the job,
yes,
it's easy to sort out the political issue. And the job is something that it cut across. If people are empowered financially, then now we can say the young people are ready to take this country forward. And that is the tomorrow that we want. The tomorrow that has money. The tomorrow that it empowers the young person to realize their potential in their career, in their fundamental basic of acquiring the needs. But if all these difficulties are all encroach amongst the youth, you are being entangled in poverty, then it means that tomorrow even is difficult to see. So as young people, we are ready, but one thing at a time. What do we need first?
Okay.
So that we can achieve that political tomorrow that we wish to achieve.
Actually, Sitimuga has been saying the same thing more or less. He has been saying that it's about the money. Everything circles around money. Once you have the money, a lot of our problems will be taken care of. Meshak, once again, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Same question, I'll ask you. Are we ready for leadership as young people in this country?
First off, I'm on record in this studio having said that the youth are truly ready to take over leadership mantles in this country. All these are all entrenched, even constitutionally, that right now our country is at crossroads, and we have the youth being the people who are in the forefront oversighting government.
Right.
There's no bill that passes through parliament without the youth analyzing. There's no bill that there's no policy that gets to be implemented without the youths analyzing. So I want to say that truly the youth are ready to take over leadership positions in this country, and even starting from yours truly, who is the national youth leader for KANU. All this start when we recognize that meaningful political participation is important in transforming this country. And even in today's context, that now we are talking about youth and devolution, it is even more important to talk about all these leadership and governance structures down into our devolved structures. So are the youth leaders for today or tomorrow? I'll proudly say the youth are the leaders for today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And I like that bold statement, because we have seen that the youth of this country are no longer afraid of speaking up. I come from a generation where nasi ati ni generation ya kitambo sana. I'm just above you guys by a couple of years, but I come from that generation whereby even speaking up in the homestead was a problem. But I see my cousin Gen Zs and nephews and nieces who are also Gen Zs. Those people are not afraid of calling things out. Whether my grandmother is there, whether my parents are there, it doesn't matter. They will say what they need to say, and they will say it how they have said it. It's up to you to chukulia venye utachukulia. And I think that's some boldness that we need. Yeah. Let me start with you, Kiprop, yeah? Keep Korea.
Keep Korea.
Yes. UDA right now, of course, the party that is forming the government, in charge of the KK, Kenya Kwanza government. And of course, I know you have partners in terms of other parties.
Yes.
But URP's agenda, UDA's agenda, when they took over power, for some strange reason has been, number one, distorted. Number two, they haven't delivered according to the masses the way Kenyans had hoped they would deliver. In your opinion, because sasa wewe ni mtu wako hapo ndani, where do you think the rain started beating you? If at all it has beaten you.
Okay, per se, I will not say the rain has beaten us so far. Remember in our agenda, which was in our manifesto plan, the better plan, we came up with the prioritization and this certain objective. One of it was the eradication of hunger, reducing the cost of living, health, also employment, and other three issues that I have not mentioned at the moment. But remember, we had other plans, which one of it was the affordable housing, healthcare. Then we come to education, agriculture, and then we have digital superhighway and creative economy. So all of those things, there are prioritization when it comes to enabling the plan to be achieved. And these enablers are infrastructure. We have medicine, where we cater for the healthcare system. So remember, we have not gone roadside in terms of going astray, but we are doing what we were supposed to do. If it's education, we did it. We had a new funding model. After that new funding model, yes,
which by the people are not happy with, but yes,
they're not happy with. But the question is, did we manage to do it? Yes, but there is issues. Let's argue in the sense of issues. We did universal health coverage, which no any other government have ever done before, based on your financial muscles, not just anybody being the equal minimum. So these are things that we are doing. If there is an issue, we think we have to argue those issues and find solution. We talk about agriculture. We had our own issues. The previous CS handing up, bringing people those kind of fertilizers. Those are the issues that we need to speak of. We have to speak of it. Those are issues we don't discuss now. We have a digital superhighway where we're connecting people with the internet. If not the internet and being not connected in certain hedges of the country, also we have to argue why are these places we have not covered. If you're talking about creative economy, what is the government doing about creativity? We need to argue if the issues are not being achieved. So the rain has not beaten us at any point, but the issue is, if there's a challenge when it comes to implementation, we need to argue challenge by challenge and discuss what are the issues coming obvious in terms of this challenge not to be achieved. And in that case, if the cost of living is high, why? But at the same time, we need to ask ourselves, how much do we collect as a revenue in this country? If we are managing to collect 3.8 trillion, then how much is it going to service the debt? And then how much do we have to reserve in our side? So even to balance the foreign balance itself, we need also to understand how much does it cost us, so as to reflect into our own income and say, for the country to be sustainable and manage its own services, this is the amount of money we need to get from the people through the tax. And remember, even the tax itself, one of these causes, tulipe ushuru, tujitegeme. So it's obvious that you must pay for the tax and also to be sustainable as a country. But also we need to understand, are these taxes being accountable in the manner that we also want it to be? Those are things that we need to argue and now come out and say we need a proper accountability. So the rain has not beaten us, the ruling party, which we form the government, and we are going to deliver to the maximum.
Okay.
The project that we are doing are very tangible, and I'm telling you, by the time we get that 2-term, things will be just going the way we want it to be.
Well, today we're here to talk about devolution, but I'll still revisit this conversation within this same show.
No problem.
But let me ask you, Meshach, you've heard what your friend has said. I don't know if you guys are in formal employment, but there's this term Kenyans like to use, the payslip has been raided. Pesa inaendelea kuchukuliwa kutoka kwa payslips za Kenya, and it has gotten to a point whereby Kenyans can no longer, like, the money is being taken and there's nothing we can do about it, and because it's, you know, government policy, it's the law, whatever you want to call it. The point is the payslip has been raided further since KK came into power. So my question to you, Meshach, is when you're having conversations with youth around this country, what are some of the biggest issues as far as income is concerned? Because if we do not deal with that pesa mfukoni factor, we're going to have a problem. You know, yesterday we sat here with the CEO of Saiton, and one thing he mentioned was that yes, our pay slips have been raided, and you know, the government is taking care of some issues. For example, we are able to pay our debts, we are able to take care of we are able to take care of some fundamental issues as far as national economics are concerned, but our pockets are empty. So I don't know, Meshach, when you speak to the young people in this country, what are some of the biggest ailments they have?
First off, before I even answer your question, Mongala,
yes,
I'd wish to equally share my profound disappointments with the current regime. And it's quite unfortunate that I'm also getting this from a fellow colleague of mine of this same generation that I am in. The country right now, as I said earlier, is at crossroads. And we cannot continue lying to ourselves that everything is working as it should be. Right now, we are talking about the government delivering on its plan, the better plan. But then, what are the constituents or the citizenry of this country saying about the same? The citizenry of this country are angry because indeed the payslip has been raided. Right now, they've come up with policies that actually get deeper into the pockets of any Kenyan receiving an income from this from all this workload that they have. Today we have a system called Social Health Authority, which was then NHIF in the previous regime. SHA came in with a whooping 4 billion shillings to cover a dent that was in the previous NHIF. But now we should ask ourselves, why should we come up with another thing instead of correcting the mistake that was in that NHIF?
Right.
So that we can now come up with SHA as another health insurance fund. Today we are talking about the new funding model for the universities. And we saw our students go to the streets saying this fund is not actually good for our studies because it puts students in bands. So how do we get to know who is in this band, what do they use to measure the students and put them in those very bands?
Right.
And today I want to say it is so disappointing that the payslips of Kenyans have been raided.
Right.
And some of the conversations that we have with young people surrounding income is, if indeed we must create wealth as a country, we must prioritize industrialization, not overtaxation. The only way we can create wealth is through industrialization and not overtaxation.
Right.
Thank you.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, I think I've heard what he said about the issue of the government promised and it has delivered. Na anasema haijalishi those problems tutaongea tukisonga. So the government has just so,
that is now Brian.
Yes, that is Brian. Yeah, so I'm like, so ni bora kazi ama ni kazi bora. I think that should be the guiding statement. Like, it's not just a matter of delivering. It's not just a matter of coming and saying that I promised you a phone. Look,
now you have a phone.
Nimekuletea phone na simu yenyewe it's not working. What's your thought on that statement?
I think first of all she should withdraw that statement.
Acha ajitete ako hapa.
I want to speak about sessional paper 1 of 1986 on economic management and renewed growth. It came with a policy document whereby it was giving the country trajectory on how it's supposed to invest in its own informal sector so as to create job for the people. And this paper was addressing the issue between 1986 to 2000 sharp. So these were the things that it was trying to predict, that if we are not going to invest in the informal sector and agriculture, it will be very difficult to make sure that we achieve the job onboarding of the people that we have in the formal sector. And this document was giving the right trajectory. That's why it said by 2000, if things are not meant, 6 million people will be unemployed.
By the year 2000?
2000.
Okay.
Just imagine. And it came true because there was no government that put that mandate and ensure that it implement on its manifesto. And that is the same policy document that even the guys from Singapore took it. Now, come 2000, we proceed, the 10 years of Kibaki, we came 10 years Uhuru, then Ruto came in. Ruto came with a plan, a very sophisticated plan, one of the best manifesto actually in Africa, if not Africa, all over the world.
I actually agree with him. It was one of the best manifestos I've ever seen.
True.
That's the best. But remember, the previous government didn't implement, even the Uhuru government had the Big Four agenda. They were the best actually, because that is the trajectory as a country for the Vision 2030. We all do per the vision that we have in our world, economics, superiority. So those were the things that we wanted to achieve. But remember, to achieve these things, there is one issue: financing. And this financing, for Uhuru government, it came from external borrowing and also for the debts. But remember, by the time William came into power, we had a debt that has become to the ceiling point. And if we're going to carry, then it means we're going to collapse. That means the country will be out of the debt. And by being out of the debt, even what we are collecting will end up be paying for the debt. Then it means we have nothing. So we had to come up with interventions. Well, first of it was to save the reservation of the foreign balance. That's why we ensure we have the stability of the whole dollar reserve in our banks.
Right.
Another thing was to make sure to come with interventions. But we need to ask ourselves, where will this money come from, if not taxing? So it comes a point now, we need to come and to be very critical when it comes to how much do we want to have this country move forward. And then the government now have to think twice. If you are thinking of carrying the debt again, then it means we have reached our ceiling. What do we have to do? We need to give ourselves a priority. How are we going to do this? By taxing people. But not only taxing, but also ensuring that even those informal sectors have been onboarded into the system so that also they can pay for the tax. And this is one of the things that was being addressed in Finance Bill 2024. But because Kenya won't even see that, they say rejected. And it's okay to reject it. But we were predicting that in 2024, the Finance Bill 2024-2025, we have an overboard of 200 billion. So as the time that it reaches 2027, we will have a balanced budget so as to sustain our development. But remember, people need development. But at the same time, we are paying the debt. At the same time, we are paying salaries. So for the country, we were in a situation whereby we need also to think about ourselves and say, sometimes you need to buy the bullet and make sure you implement things that you have promised the people. Because at the end of the day, if you don't implement, you are at home. If you don't tax them, you don't have money. So which one is which one? But because the country is ours, we will tax you because the country is yours. But we are doing these things now for the future, not even for me,
Brian,
for the future.
Let me tell you about the bullet that Kenyans have bitten.
Yeah.
This is the bullet that we are currently biting. The bullet whereby people are going hungry. That's the bullet that people are biting.
Sure.
People have had to divorce their wives and their husbands. Boyfriends and girlfriends have had to separate because of finances. Inafika mahali already mlikuwa mmeshaumia mahali mnaishi. Now you have had to go back to your parents' house, whereby you cannot take your girlfriend or boyfriend back to that house. So you have to separate. Your girlfriend looks for someone who's got money, mubaba, sababu sisi vijana tuna do. Sawa. That is a bullet that Kenyans are biting. The bullet that Kenyans are biting, then unable. Yesterday we sat here with Dr. Billy. He's a doctor. He's a representative of KPMDU uko sehemu za Central. He told us that people are dying in the hospitals. Why? Because number one, the doctors are on strike. There's an 11-month-old baby that died on Friday. That is the bullet that Kenyans are currently biting. The other bullet that Kenyans are biting, we have got youths who've now gotten into crime because they're unable to provide for themselves and their people. The other bullet that Kenyans are biting, and I'll say this one as the last one because there are very many of them, we can go on and on until tomorrow. The other bullet that Kenyans are fighting is mental health, whereby students such as yourselves maybe have completed their education at the university and they're unable to get jobs, thereby wanachizi, like literally unaanza kuona ni kama wewe ni mtu useless, you're unable to do nothing for yourself, you're unable to achieve anything, so you're a useless person in your own view, in your own mind. So mental health issues are on the rise. That is the bullet that Kenyans are currently biting. And hizo ni zile mimi najua. Hiyo na si data nimetoa mahali ati
and actually to echo on what he's saying, this is the child that he has talked about, and you said that the administration promised that tutawapatia nini healthcare. He brought in something that has never been done by anybody else. Sawa. But then now the issue is see bora system, because see the damage that it is causing on people. And especially kama that case whereby it is because of the failure of the system that this child cannot be treated. This child cannot be transferred to an hospital where they could be able to get the treatment they required. So that is the reason why I challenged your statement saying that we promised this and we have given. You see. So now let us now come back to the point of now the economy. You have said that the government ikikuja pale imeongea mambo maswala na nini imetaka kuweka okay, all these things that the government is trying to do. But now let's look at the budget that the country proposed, and of course it's already in force right now. Look at the things that the government has given a priority. Let me ask you, today tuko na shule ambao hawajapata that funding. Capitation. Sawa, hawajapata capitation nini ama the capitation has been reduced, you get. So yet we have an allocation here that has been made. Let's say, for example, the one for the renovation of the State House, which is not something that really is so critical for the country as we speak right now. Why is it that the government is not, let me call it, your government is not prioritizing some of these key issues?
Or even maybe I can also add to what you're asking, Tricia, because we are talking about biting the bullet. We have also seen the deputy president walking around dishing out money in the name of empowerment, where taxpayers' money are being misused in the name of empowerment. And I also wanted to ask this, was empowerment part of the plan they had? Or this is a political move to settle political scores? Because I remember the only plan they had to empower people was the Hustler Fund, which turned out to be a mega saga also in the government. So as we are also asking them of having misplaced priorities, they should also tell us why do they have why are they dealing with a circus that keeps on confusing Kenyans and calling it empowerment, and yet it is just but a scheme to settle political scores.
Brian, over to you.
You know, this is like like let me not say that, but let me answer.
No, say it. Is it the hot seat?
It's not even a hot seat. I want to say this.
Yes.
We had the budget proposal of the finance bill 2025-2026, and one of the biggest consumer of our budget is education. It took nearly 1 trillion. That is something like 800 billion and 25 something plus. So what does it mean? That our human resource development through education is as far as important when it comes to this country development, because that is the only resource that we have. We are not like Russia USA or China, where they have big first of lands, they can mine, they have gold reservations, gold mines, diamond oil, like Saudi Arabia. For ours, we depend on human capital, and that is a good thing. But remember, when we are allocating these, this is the first time that the education is taking the huge sum of budget compared to the previous budgets that has come before. So what does it mean? It means that the prioritization of our government is in education. They understand the importance of developing human capital and ensuring that every child accesses the education. But at the same time, it's also, sometimes it triggers my mind when I see somewhere, someplace, some schools have not gotten their money. And at the same time, you through the media, you hear that there's a school somewhere that has been allocated something like 4 billion, but there's no school there. There's no
Ghost
physical
schools,
schools there. So sometimes we need to understand ourselves. If we are allocating this budget, we need to also have these people who oversee this budget to a level that they ask themselves, if there's a school in Baringo that it has not gotten the money, or there's a certain ghost school somewhere, where are this money going? And then it's a responsibility of ESCC to make sure that this money, or anybody engaged in corruption, they are being apprehended, to ensure that they make sure that have been jailed, or either way to pay the amount back. This is something, I don't like the way actually our judiciary works, because somebody has stole 4 billion and then you're releasing him in bond of 100 million. No, we want the money back. We don't even want you to be in jail. We want the money back, so as also to fund other things. So some issues as a country, the government may be doing its best to ensure that they allocate the money, because any moment we develop a policy statement of the budget, we have the prioritization, we develop the budgeting of our own jury in terms of education, security, health, and everywhere, all the elements of the government, and to ensure we fund them fully as per the budget. But at the same time, when we see our money is not used in the right way, what are we supposed to do? We need also to hold these leaders accountable. And that's what, as a Kenya, the place that we have reached as the young people, and it's very obvious that in any moment we see a CS sleeping in the job, where we see corruption going on in their ministries, they should be home. That's not a point of discussion. I don't know why in Kenya, to prove you're a leader, you need to hold on tight in leadership. No, if there is a mistake in your ministry, you have failed to deliver, the best thing you can do is to leave the office and give the other person who is serious about that job. And if that is the case, actually we should be having the leadership that is very accountable and having good governance that has integrity for this country. So we must seek on that. Another issue we need to understand also, when it comes to budgeting, remember the government has prioritization. But at the same time, for the delivery of the plan that they have, there are things called enablers, like infrastructure. And this infrastructure actually will always consume our budget. That's why our government, what it's trying to do is to come up with the PP, public-private partnership, to ensure that develop the roads and other things like railways, things like dam, and also other irrigation schemes that I need to come up to ensure that the country access everything equitably. So we need also to understand the things that the government is trying to achieve, but at the same time, remember leadership is integrity. If we don't have the quality of leaders who can be accountable on their jury of their mandate in their ministry and departments, then it means we have a big slap on our face. Because if a leader is not well enough to understand what is going on in their ministry, then it means at the end of the day, even if we allocate even 4 billion, even 4 trillion, the whole of the budget that ministry, you will see here that some school have not gotten the enough capitation, simply because there is no proper accountability, and these are the issues that we need to address. And it's also our prayer that even the Senate and the Member of Parliament to hold these cabinet secretaries and the principal secretaries accountable, and to ensure that anything comes out in their wrong way on their side, either they are being asked properly, they are being oversight, they are being at the same time being impeached, because we cannot be wasting our people money. At the same time we want development, and the other day when they come even to the parliament and start now excusing themselves, this, I don't know this, in my ministry we are going to check, no, there's no checking. If you don't know what is going on in your ministry, then what are you doing there? How is it that the president understands more of your ministry compared to the minister himself?
I'm curious to find out if and this is a question I'll ask both of you. I'm curious to find out if you usually hold the president to account. Number one, do you even sit down with the president, and how often do you do? Do you actually get time, because now you're in UDA? Do you get time to see the president one-on-one, ama unamwonanga once in a very blue moon?
2 months, we usually have a sitting, one of the evenings,
Okay.
with the young people.
Right.
And the president, at that time, even the president don't speak. It's the young people who submit their views on
Okay.
how they want the country.
Do you ask him some of these questions that you're saying here? For example, certain minister A is not performing, a certain minister B is corrupt, a certain minister B has been caught in a scandal, or an MP who is within the UDA ranks is saying certain things that shouldn't be said. For example, there's an MP who said they will import youths from Pokot wakuja wafanya vitu zingine hapa Nairobi. There's a lady MP who said that they're going to steal votes come 2027 if they will not be sufficient. Like, are these questions you actually ask him one on? Because you see, when you come to a station like this one, tutakuuliza. So do you ask so that when you come to a place like this, you actually have the answers?
Let me tell you something about the young people. And these are blatant truths when it comes to our generation.
Right.
When it comes to speaking the truth, that is the only thing that you don't fear. Even me, myself, when I sit down with the president, we usually tell them the reality of the things.
Yeah.
Hapa, kitaumana. You remember our comrade there in Kakamega? He told the president that if you don't listen to the people, it will end up listening to the returning officer. And these are things that young people are telling the president. You are the true fan of the president, a true voter. But if you don't tell your president the truth, then who will tell him?
Yeah.
But one thing also I want to challenge.
Mukimwambia hizi vitu, for example, the MPs that are talking nonsense and talking, they're dividing the country. What does he say?
You know, one thing about president, he always listen. And he always follow up.
So he doesn't say anything, he just listens.
No, he listens and he follow ups.
Okay.
And then he will say, okay, MP A and B say this. I will talk to them. But remember, the character, whatever that comes out of anybody in this life, it is in their own heart.
Okay.
I cannot control your mental attitude or what to speak about. If today I tell you, Ambuvi, go and say Jesus is good, and you reach outside there, instead of saying Jesus is good, you say Satan is good. You know, I will not come and tell you, Bwana mbona sasa umeniruka. So sometimes, as a leader, it has come to an edge whereby whatever that you speak, you must understand we are in a world whereby we are communicated.
Yes.
We are in a global village or a global country.
Right.
Whatever that you speak somewhere will be captured and it will be shared.
Okay.
So you must come and be mature enough to say, whatever I'm going to speak, it must be of good sense and make sure that it doesn't come out the way I didn't even expect. So these are things that comes on with leadership training and responsibility. You must be responsible on your words and take charge of everything that you say. So when we end up having MPs who speak just bluntly, then as a country also, it questions also those young people in their constituency. Actually, why did they vote this person?
Me, I'll actually ask Meshach this question. Meshach, what do you think is the problem with the youth as far as that aspect is concerned? You sat here and I confronted you on Kanu and I told you Kanu umefanya vitu mingi sana in the past, and you came and you said, look, we're not running away from our past, we're owning it, but there's a way we're going to move forward. But I feel like we're not feeling that from the youths that are in the various parties. I'm not feeling the heat from youth in UDA. I'm not feeling the youth, the heat from the youth in KANU and any other political party that might be represented.
First off, this morning I'm shocked that actually all these problems we face as a country normally get to the president's ear, but none of it has actually been acted upon. First off, it's so unfortunate to listen that even MPs who use terms like kura isipojaa tutajaza are still free in this country, and yet when NCIC is an institution that needs to look upon these issues, and I also want to even ask my fellow comrade and brother here that he has said no to corruption. He has said that if we have a problem with a certain minister, a certain institution, we need to call it upon on whatever it is doing. So I want to ask if empowerment money is in our budget. If it is not, where does this money come from? So, and if it is to arrest politicians, I think the first person we should arrest is the deputy president, because we cannot understand where that money is coming from. Now I'll get to your question, Mungala.
Yes.
The heat of the youth in
political parties.
I want to say first that political parties are institutions that drive us towards forming governments. And any political party that does not have an idea or a manifesto is a threat to even our national security. So I want to say that meaningful youth participation, more so in political parties, are instrumental in strengthening our democratic processes. Myself, as a youth in Kanu, I want to say that we have tried our best to give room for the youth to exercise leadership, and even to strengthen their democratic engagements within our political party. Every political party has a constitution. Every political party, almost all political parties, have manifestos, and it is important that we understand where this foundation of these very manifestos or principles get into our political parties. As Kanu, I'll speak about Kanu because I myself am Kanu. Indeed, I came here last time and we had that conversation that we cannot run away from our past, and that now we are charting our path forward towards making a change, towards making a better Kenya. And these political parties that we are talking about today have proven to be very essential in strengthening youth participation within our country's political demographic. Mongala, if I'm to tell you today, Kanu as a political party today,
yes,
is a party for the youth. It's a party that trusts the youth. It's a party that has given room for the youth to exercise leadership. Even our party structures, from the National Executive Council to the National Delegates Conference to the National Management Council, are all comprised of the youths. The youths are the major components in these very structures, and we are doing this because we need fresh ideas. We cannot continue operating on softwares of the 1980s and 1960s. That is why we need to embrace these youth, give them room for leadership, and let them chart their political path forward. Because I myself, as a youth in Kanu, I'm proudly one of the members who are engaged in decision-making processes. And also, there are some of the challenges that face the youth in political participation. And we discovered those challenges as Kanu, that we cannot just use the youth to be ceremonial or figurative. We cannot use our youth leagues just to show the people that we have youth leagues in our party. These youth leagues should be performing, should be doing meaningful participation within our political parties. I personally don't know about other political parties, but as Kanu, we have done our best in giving room for the youth to exercise leadership. And I don't know why, Mongala, you are saying you have not felt us. Even
I am not feeling you guys, but I am not feeling the heat from political parties as the youth in the political parties. We are feeling the heat from Kenyans, the youths outside political parties, the ones who are partyless, tribeless, fearless, and those other lesses.
I'm even saying this because
Yes.
as the coalition of opposition, because Kanu is not in government, we are also embracing the youth even in coalition level.
Okay.
And even after this interview I'm having here, we are going to have a press conference to talk about the state of the youth in this country. We are the same people who went to the streets. We are the same people who have called out the government on its misdoings. I also expect the same to happen in other youth leagues, even in political parties that are in government. I expect the youth league of UDA under the leadership of my friend to come out and say, the young people have rejected finance bill. So we must listen to our young people. The young people are saying no to corruption. We must listen to our young people. We must call out. The youth league of the government should be able to go and say, we cannot condone these MPs saying, propagating hate or even corruption and fueling turmoil. Because indeed, if someone utters words like kura isipoja tutajaza, that one says a lot on itself. But then I wonder why that one cannot be acted upon. And when Rigathi Gachagua says 207 will look like a Christmas party, the NCIC will be too quick to go and ask Gachagua, why have you said this? And yet we have the same animals, the same snakes in government. So it is important that we tell ourselves the truth.
Yeah.
Because, one thing is that rationalization and the incessant search of scapegoats are some of the things that blind us with the truth.
Right.
We must speak the truth. And even, I'm a Christian, even the Bible says, speak the truth and the truth shall set you free. So indeed, I want to say that it is instrumental and essential for the youths to meaningfully participate in political processes and even join political parties so as to drive meaningful change in our country's democratic processes.
Kipkoril, I like the uprising of the young people that we have witnessed from 2 years ago. Yes, but now I still have a doubt. I still have some fears. Are the youths really reliable?
I want to speak categorically on this, and I always solicit to get the views of the young people on if actually they have come to the level of being consciously politically. People grow every time. They grow till they overcome their traditional boundaries. They overcome their own fears. They even overcome their own religion views to have other sub-views when they grow up. So my question always comes very clearly. How many youths in this country are we politically aligned, at the same time realized? Because remember, even if we are the majority, but in that majority, the minority are the one who are politically conscious, then still that is a problem. You need to also to go back and pull the rest so that you can be in the same page. So sometimes to open these chapters of youths on how they should be politically inclined, aligned, at the same time realizing what it is, how it's very influential when it comes to be politically conscious, is another thing that also young people must be ready to conquer, at the same time to overcome. And this thing is something that I always encourage the young people. You can never come out and point and say, Korir, wewe ndio kiongozi wetu. No. It will be twende pamoja. Because if I'm the one going alone, it means I don't have the backup. I can be compromised if I'm alone. But if we can speak in the one voice as the young people, that this is how we want our country to be, then it has a lot of it when it comes on those statements. So sometimes the young people, I usually feel like, why should we be gullible puppets? Why should we be educated fools? An educated fool. You know very well, but you choose to ignore. You know that very well on coming August 2027. If we vote as the young people in our country, we will win. That is a fact. But we choose to submerge the fact under the water and choose somebody that at the end of the day will come to claim, as young people, we must start by influencing our own MCS. That's number one. We must elect our own. That is not a debatable thing. You should even, wewe kijana, shika mama yako na dada yako na akili. Unajua, if there is something important in 2027, is to carry this brain software. If this is not working, just sleep. I can tell you that very openly. If your brain software is not working in 2027, you just sleep. I don't see the business as a young person. 2027, you going to voting center at polling station and voting for somebody beyond of age 45. I don't know what you'll be doing at that moment.
In which position? In which position?
Anything.
No, wait. Is the age the problem here?
You do realize President Ruto is above 45.
No, we have not come to national parliament. Tunaanza na county. At the county level, I don't see a business of a young person.
Yeah.
You see, before you come for a big elephant, before you even target something big, you must understand the skill of capturing small things.
Okay.
The power of a man always comes from how he negotiates for small things first before going for the bigger things. As something like MCA, where somebody wins with 2,000 votes, why would young people not mobilize enough and have these ones?
People are saying that the Kenya Kwanza government is not a friendly government to the young people. And the reason why they're saying this is, for example, hata tu acha nichukue tu kitu moja, the fact that they want to tax digital incomes. I'm not against taxation. Taxation is very critical in a country, development wise and otherwise. But the youth feel, from the ones I've spoken to at least, they feel like the government is taxing them, yet they have not empowered them on that platform. So you want to tax me on TikTok, you want to tax me on YouTube, you want to tax me on Facebook, na hizo zote. Yet there is nothing as the government you have done to enable me have fluidity and liquidity on those particular platforms. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. And we can pick out many other things where the youth are saying that this government is not friendly to them. Let's talk about disappearances, abductions, and deaths, and so on and so forth. How then do we reconcile that with 2027? Because we are expected to vote, and this same government will come and convince us to vote for them, right? So how do we reconcile that? We are seeing this happening. So it's like they are saying this, but they are doing this. It's just not making sense.
Anything to do with the digital taxation, as far as I understand, we have not come up with the framework and policies that ensure that digital economy goes well in this country. And we cannot reap where we have not sown. You get the point? You cannot harvest where you have not even planted anything. So as a government, actually that is not, I'm not in support of that. And I will never support anything that people are doing on their own sweats, and then somebody come and put some
and
incentives.
You've told the president this.
Those are things.
Hii hatutaki, hii prezo hii ni hapo.
Hii hatutaki.
Umemwambia hivyo.
Hiyo labda ameambiwa. Hiyo mimi sijamwambia.
Personally hujamwambia.
Lakini kuna wenye namwambia.
Okay.
Unaona? When it comes to issues that the government of the day happens on the political spheres and other avenues of other quarters, like abduction. Abduction is not a good thing. No one deserves to be abducted as far as it's concerned, because we're in a country whereby there's room for dissentment. Anybody can view their views the way they want. But the good thing that I also urge the young people is, whatever that we say, we also be having an agenda. Let's not just use words. Let's not misuse our artificial intelligence. Kenya is ranked as the top country of using AI. And that is a good thing. It means the level of our sophistication that we have as a country. We understand a lot. But at the same time, we need to ask ourselves, what are the things that we are doing that end up making our young people being abducted? There are people are different. We are human. Mimi utanitusi nifurahie. Jamaa mwingine utamtusi bwana, ako kesho kwa mlango na panga, anakuambia bro, what do you mean bwana? Do you think we are hedgement? It's not because, but at the same time, we are the government. And as a government, we must also be responsible for our citizen, our constituent. And issues like abduction should come very clearly and be trajectory in a way that this is against the law. And anyone who has been abducted also must come out clearly if that person has been released. And also tell us what is going on. Because these guys that have been abducted, they're not even coming out and telling us this is what is happening there. We also want to understand who is abducting who.
Because they're saying they've been threatened, but that's neither here nor there.
So I cannot confirm if they have been threatened. But they are saying I've been threatened. By who? We want to also hold these people accountable. You have been abducted, yes.
By who?
By who?
I don't
Tell
know.
us who.
Maybe Meshach knows. Meshach,
tell us who.
Who's abducting the youth?
First of all, the question of abduction even starts with why have they been abducted?
Yes.
Before we go to the who. And I'd say the biggest crime that young people have done, according to this government, is speaking the truth. When a young person speaks the truth, that person is taken to be rebellious. And I'm not saying this as an enemy of the state. These are matters on public domain. These are things that started last year, 2024, during finance bill protests. And young people, up to date, are still being abducted. Recent case being Albert Ojwang. Why was Albert Ojwang abducted? Why was he killed? I mean, we cannot continue to stay in atmospheres like this. I mean, when young people say Ruto must go, what do they mean? What do they mean? And I'm hearing my colleagues' submission here. And I actually appreciate that he has also alluded to the fact that there have been abductions going on. There have been silencing extrajudicial killings. I want to give an example, since my friend has also wanted to know an example. I have a colleague of mine called Cornelius Rono. This guy was abducted last year, just a week before Rigathi Gachagua's impeachment. That was the time when there was too much political heat in the country. And it's on the Standard, and everyone can read, it's on public domain, that immediately he was abducted, he was tortured and being asked, who is financing you? Why are you doing this? You know, the state wants to know that why are you against the government? You see, the issue of abductions is not allowed in the current constitution. And if anything, we can have always been accused of being of having a dark past. But then, if there's any dark past that Kenyans should not forget, is this one of this current regime. And I'm saying this because we have a good constitution. By then, we did not have a good constitution as this. The then constitution was allowing for detention without trial. The current constitution does not allow for detention without trial. I mean, if anyone is to be arrested, you must be booked, you must be charged, so that you can be arrested. You cannot just silence someone because of sharing opinion. And I want to say, I want to ask my friend, do you believe in freedom of speech?
I do believe in freedom of speech.
Do you believe of freedom after speech?
You know, one thing we have to understand.
Do you believe?
and I want to be very clear on this.
Wacha atuambie.
You know, there is a freedom of speech.
Right.
Is there freedom after speech?
Freedom of speech is not guaranteed, because assume you have defamed someone through your words.
Okay.
Assume you have alleged something that is not truth. You know, before even we come out and say, my brother here is blah blah and ABCD, we need to have facts and say, Kiprotich Meshach, the leader of the KANU party, has done ABCD. It's something that you know very clearly in your conscience. That is something that he has done. We cannot come just out and say, this guy is, you know, that is not good. And somebody like me, if you defame me, tomorrow you're in court. Because it's not accepted.
But my freedom is guaranteed until the court process is done.
Exactly.
You see, but if you defame me.
Yes. I've defamed you, there's libel, whatever you want to call
I'll
it.
do libel.
So if today I say something that isn't true about you,
Yes.
I will still be free, because you will go to court.
Yeah.
I will be summoned to explain and substantiate whatever I said.
Yeah.
And I will be free until the time when the court decides that Mungala Mbuvi, you said ABCD against Brian Kiprotich, and this is your punishment, either nilipe pesa ama nilale ndani.
Yeah.
But I will have freedom until that determination is made.
But before you go to court, I will go and took P3 first. So they can come to you.
But
Okay.
all these processes,
They can come to you first.
because we are
Before you
saying,
go to court.
do you believe that?
Yeah.
Do you say no to abductions, Korir?
I say no to abduction.
So when we have cases of abductions going on in the country,
Yes.
I also expect people from the ruling party, just like you,
Yeah.
to come and say we condemn abductions going on in the country. Has the ruling party done so? Has the ruling party
personally-
done so?
personally-
Because I'll speak of KANU. Because we have been on the front line saying no to abduction, saying no to extrajudicial killings. We have constantly seen cases of police brutality in this country. We have seen people being shot blatantly outside in the streets. We have seen even the recent one being killing of an armed protester selling mask in town, killed by a police. What is the government doing towards this? I mean, has Eliud Lagat been arrested, or is still working? Have you come out and say, as a youth leader within the ruling party, Eliud Lagat must be arrested because he is allegedly the one who led to
demise.
Albert, of the demise of Albert Ojwang.
Well, I mean, the court came up with a different, what is it called, conclusion as far as the involvement of Edward Lagat is concerned. So I think that one for now, it's not germane to this conversation that we're having. However, I agree with him. There are some things that were said about the Deputy Inspector General, and we, to be honest, even the public can see that not everything was followed the way they expected it. But hey, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge. I want us to take a short break. We're getting into the news. When we return, of course, we shall look at also the future of the youth as far as devolution is concerned. If you have any questions for our guests in studio, please do so. You can find us on our social spaces. That is Radio Gen KE.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development has called on young people in East Africa to play a central role in promoting peace and stability. Speaking at the opening of the IGAD Youth Peace and Security Conference in Nairobi on Wednesday, Executive Director Dr. Workne Gebeyehu emphasized that lasting peace cannot be achieved without active youth participation. He said young people should be seen not as passive beneficiaries but as key partners in building and sustaining peace.
As IGAD, we are doing we don't have our own sphere of land, but we are advocating the way that we are doing today, that the users are the driving force. Unless and otherwise, we are inclusive. Unless and otherwise, we search for, the place for the users in terms of economy. We cannot go far. The challenge that we are facing nowadays in the conflicts that are fully participated by the users, so that can be solved, even if there are other factors. Most importantly, having an employed youth is the most important thing.
The government has begun the construction of 1,600 science laboratories in public schools across the country as part of preparation for the transition of students to senior school. According to Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok, the move is aimed at ensuring a 100% transition of the pioneer grade 9 learners to grade 10. PS Bitok assured parents that 1.2 million grade 9 learners will sit for their final examinations in October will be placed in senior schools.
We have started rolling out the construction of 1,600 laboratories around the country. For those schools, so the small schools which didn't have labs, we mapped out 1,600 of them, and we are hoping that in the next 3 months, all the labs will be ready. In the last 2 years, we have been able to construct 23,000 classrooms around the country to support competence-based education.
Anyone who invades, vandalizes, or destroys government or private property will be treated as a terrorist under Kenyan law and face terrorism charges, according to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. The CS said such actions meet the legal threshold of terrorism, emphasizing that perpetrators will face the full force of the law. Speaking in Parliament on Wednesday, Murkomen cited the June 25th and July 7th, 2025 demonstrations highlighting the destruction of police stations, public offices and private businesses as clear examples of terrorism.
And Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be Osama bin Laden to be a terrorist. It's enough, Mr. Speaker, once you invade a police station, ban a court, ban a supermarket, Mr. Speaker, ban government installation, create fear, use, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity you have to disrupt emergency services like medical services, transport, you are a terrorist. And so, Mr. Speaker, what's on remaining is to go through court process to find out whether Honorable Mukunji is culpable.
Police in Garissa recovered a stolen firearm and several personal items during a raid in Madogo, Tana River on Wednesday, acting on intelligence from a recent robbery report. The operation was led by the Deputy Regional Criminal Investigations Officer for the Northeastern Region, together with officers from Madogo Police Station, following a robbery reported at Garissa Police Station on August 5th. During the raid, a female suspect was taken to a house in Bula Karatasi Estate, where officers recovered a Glock pistol with 17 rounds of ammunition. The suspect is currently in custody pending arraignment. The scope of the video assistant referee in English Premier League might be expanded in the future to include decisions on yellow cards and the awarding of corners, says referee Chief Howard Webb. Webb says the game's lawmakers, the International Football Association Board, is reviewing how VAR operates and is open to discussions about other uses. VAR, which has operated in the Premier League since 2019-2020 season, can currently only intervene in what are perceived as match-changing decisions. This include goals, straight red cards, penalties, and mistaken identity. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and we are with Patricia Wayo in the studio. We also have Meshak Kiprotich, Kanu National Youth Leader, and Brian Kipkorir, UDA Youth Leader. Hapa amekarangwa na rafiki yake. Amekarangwa baka na jamaa wa Kanu hapa.
But karangwa jamani, it's just speaking the truth.
But yeah, I mean, and we need to hold each other to account, because even in the media spaces, when we blunder, we will be called out.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we have done. Anyway, so the conversation is about youth leadership, and of course within the parties. And in this particular hour, we shall also talk about devolution. But before we let it go, I just want to find out from our youth leaders in the studio, and I'll start with Meshak. Just how much authority, power, or influence do you have as far as Kanu youth leadership is concerned? You've said that, like for example, today you're having a press conference. You'll probably let us know what the press conference will be about. But in terms of influence within Kanu, do you think you're actually influential enough as a youth league to implement or bring about change?
Thank you so much for that question, Mungala. Do the youth in political parties have enough power to actually
affect anything?
To actually affect anything in political parties? So I want to say, for sure, and I've said this even before, even earlier. I said Kanu is a party that has embraced the youth in every structure within our political party. And I myself, as the national youth leader, I have the responsibility of actually making sure that our youth league works to the best of its abilities.
Mm-hmm.
The Kanu party as it is today is a party that has maintained youthful structures within the party, that has youth individuals leading in all levels of the party. And I'm proudly saying that today because even our secretariat is made up of the youth. Our executive director, who is the CEO of the party, is a youth. I myself am the national youth leader for Kanu. And even in critical decision-making processes or even critical decision-making structures, we the youth are considered much to share our insights or even give our way forwards or what we need for the youth league in our party. Myself, I sit in the National Executive Council, where we make critical decisions that directly affect the party. And even within this youth league, I have a responsibility to make sure that even our branch leadership is actually as active as the national leadership. I have a responsibility to make sure that in every county we have youth who can stand forward and say, we need this to be done by KANU Party. KANU Party has a responsibility to do this for our branch. The youth in KANU today have the moral high grounds and the power to effect policies within our political party. I equally don't know about other political parties, as I said before, because KANU Party is a party that has learned from many administrations. You remember KANU Party left power in 2002. So we have learned from the mistakes of the NAC government. We have learned from the mistakes of the PNU government. We have learned from the mistakes of the URP-TNA government and the Jubilee government. And so we cannot afford to make the same mistakes in the present day democratic processes. It is important as well for the youth to participate meaningfully in political processes. And I'm equally telling the youth today to join political parties, because these are the same parties, these are the same structures that are going to propel youth towards government. Political parties are institutions that create government or seize political power. If we are not careful enough to entrench the youth into these processes, then we are going to have this as a conversation once and again. And because the youth of today are woke enough and are willing to face political structures, then I'm also telling them to join political parties and ensure that their voices are heard within the political parties.
Well, talking of the youths joining political parties, the other day we had an advocate here who talked of so many youths coming up with new political parties. So maybe to ask, what do you think of these new political parties that the young people are coming up with and their battle with the existing political parties in terms of just the youth, the young people?
It is. I don't want to refute the idea of youth coming up with political parties. It is a good idea to come up with a political party, but what defines a political parties are the principles, are the agendas. What do you have as an agenda? Because just as I said, political parties are institutions formed to form government or to seize political power. So what do you have as an agenda or as a manifesto when you get to now form government? The youth, I want to applaud the youth who have come up with the political parties. Political parties are essential in political processes. And I said here before that chances are very minimal that we are going to elect a president in 2027 who is not from a political party. Of course, anyone we are going to elect is from a political party. It is almost 5% to vote in a person who is independent, who is an independent candidate. So the fight is going to be there. It is not comfortable within the political space. Dealing with the existing structures is something that is going to take blood and sweat. And we must get ready, because power is not given, power is taken. So I want to urge the youth to continue voting for any meaningful process that is going to take them forward towards political participation.
Brian, there's that question I'd asked, which you're yet to answer, about just how much the youth in your party have influence to effect change. He's told us that in his party they take up a critical role. I don't know, tell me about your role in the UDA as a youth league.
We call it UDA Youth Congress. That is the right
Youth
nomenclature.
Congress. Okay.
Yeah, that's the nomenclature. As the UDA Youth Congress, actually we are very instrumental on running day-to-day programs of the party.
Such as?
Both at the secretariat and at the activity level for politically and also for the communication of the party plan.
All right.
And it is actually in the history of this country, it is the party that has engaged young people across all the regions in this country is the UDA party. And we are doing that because we understand the importance of having the young people on our side. They play the instrumental role to ensure that they shape the future that they want. And we make sure that at the end of the day, whatever that we get from them, we have a memoranda and we submit it to to the neck or through the steering committee of that activity, so has to be submitted to table in the House through the majority leader, either Kimani Ichung'wah or Aaron Cheruiyot.
Okay.
This is something that it is playing. Another thing, the youths are playing important role on whole activity of the party, even when it comes to traveling abroad. Now as we speak, our party, 4 youths at the moment, they are in Ghana with the SG and other people in the party.
Okay.
Currently under the Africa political juncture, where they are going to strengthen the political parties on importance of ensuring that the party plays the important role of making the Africa realize on its own 2063 Africa agenda, Africa that we want. So the young people are playing that role. Another role the young people are playing is to also be the part and parcel in the next meetings. One of the the committees in the party is the conflict resolution committee. That is being chaired by the young person, actually.
Okay.
We have the treasury. At the time when he came in, he was a youth. Japheth Nyakundi, the MP of Kitutu Chache. Again, we have the secretariat embodied with the young people, where they run the activity of the party. They're the one who approved this budget. Even me, when I want to travel, I want to take my ticket. The young people who approve my budget. Okay. I can tell them, boys, wanichelewesha bwana, nieke hii check niende. Because is my peer. So the young people are playing activity day by day. But we are not saying that being young also give you an assumed role that you can do everything at your own. It's very important that you work in partnership with the whole people,
right,
so as to gain this knowledge, at the same time disseminating in the right way. Okay. So the young people play instrumental role in the party because they are the future of that party. But at the same time, it's important to work together in a way that it brings an mixture of good working environment between the old and the young, at the same time respecting each other in the political space.
Meshach, Dr. Barak Muluka, he's a SecGen of Democratic National Alliance.
Yeah.
He sat in that chair and he said that in his party, come 2027, the old generation are not going to they're not going to run for any seats, any political seats. Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but I'm hoping he didn't lie to me. Okay. So he was saying that they're going to leave it to the young people, the MCAs, the MPs, senators, the women rep, and so on and so forth. I don't know if they have a presidential candidate, but he was telling me that for them, that is the direction they want to take as DNA, and they are going to mentor. They are already mentoring young people to actually take up these positions. Some of these young people are very popular individuals, probably even been in power before, but they're going to ensure that these people that we like to call the old guard, sasa wakae kando. What are your thoughts on such a strategy?
That is a very good strategy towards fostering for youth participation in politics. And I equally want to say that we also did that much earlier, even including waiving application fees for youth candidates, so that you can actually motivate them to vie for these political seats.
Right.
These electioneering processes are processes that need critical strategy, that need consciousness. And I want to applaud Derek for that very, very move. And I also want to say that it is something that all these political parties must also embrace. I want to see tomorrow my fellow colleague here vying for a member of parliament seat with his political party, and he is not actually forced to step down or something, being told we'll give you a position in government. His interest must also be considered as a member of a political party and as a young person who is equally political work to transform political changes in the political processes in this country. KANU as a political party, as I said earlier, is also doing the same, embracing the same spirit of youth leadership. And even myself, I want to speak here today as a candidate in 2027, because I'm also going to vie for a political seat. And I also want the same old guards to come and say, it's now time for this generation to take over leadership. Because I'm saying this because, as young people, we are we are so much concerned about our governance in this very country. And the moment people like me and my colleague here get into parliament, I'm sure that finance bill is not going to be pushed on our throats, that policies are not going to be made without our consideration, that now we can actually sit down and occupy parliament not as activists but as members of parliament.
Okay.
That even in our devolved structures we can have young people taking over MCA seats, and so that they can also foster for meaningful change even in the devolved structures.
Brian, same question. What do you think about that strategy? Young people first, wazee wakae kando, kazi yao tu ni kuguide. Ukikuwa na shida as an MP or as a senator, you can call Kimani Ichung'wah na umwambie, hey boss, hebu niambie, how do I navigate through this? But Kimani anakaa kando.
That is the way to go. I remember my brother said any man in a political party without political ideology is a threat to the national security. And that is the philosophy in any political party. A party is driven by ideologies, and those ideologies is like the core principle on modus of operandi in any party. We must understand that. And that's why day by day, if the young people are going to be mentored rightly, they are going to invest on them on the right ideologies, on how to have political accountability and economic transformation. And through political parties, this is the way to go. And I'm telling you, as the UDA party, actually, we have our own academy for the young people.
Like a football academy?
Yes, where we train the elites, the young people particularly. Nobody beyond the age of 30 actually. Is the age of mine, like 20 is early and to 30. We are training them on political ideologies and how the party and political parties play the critical role in forming the government, bringing the economic transformation, at the same time holding the political class accountable, and also be the messengers and the ambassadors of their citizenry. That is very important to make sure that the young people realized how much they play this largely, broadly base in terms of influencing the policies and also envisioning the country that they want. That's why that's the right trajectory, and I will always support anything to support the young people.
Still at it, I see all of you are saying that your parties are really giving the young people their space in terms of the party politics. Sawa. Then now the question is, we have seen before how many leaders young people who want to become leaders in those parties during nominations inafika mahali they are short-changed. So now the question is, as we head towards 2027 elections, how are you prepared? Yes, political parties come out and say that we are supporting the young people. Yeah, we are giving them their space. But then when you go to the nomination level, you realize that wanatolewa, they get shortchanged. How are you prepared for that?
I will answer this way. Remember, in political contest, we usually have some classes that comes out during the political processes. And these classes comes out in major factors: financially, influence, where you're coming from, also the tribe that you're coming from. I won't say being a tribe A, B is a bad thing, but we can use our tribe in a positive way.
It has been used before, yes.
If you're a good leader and I'm a Kalenjin, and my constituency largely for Kalenjin, and I say, as Kalenjin, I want you to elect me because I'm a good leader for you, that is positively. But if you're using tribe in balkanization, that is bad. So, majorly these things comes out when we are playing politics. And when it comes out, we need to ask ourselves, is this person that we are fronting as the party? You know, when you're being fronted as a party, you're not being fronted as a career or treasure,
yes,
or movie. You are being fronted as the party, as their member of parliament or the senator or the governor. They will have a lot of modules on how to assess you. If you don't fit in and you have some influence, they will tell you, okay, we have this person A who is more influential than you. It's easy for him compared to the other person vying in the other party, because this is a contest. If you don't have the right man or the right lady, then it means a lose. So you need to prioritize those factors. If the young person is the influential one, why don't you carry the day? And if you're not the influential one, they will tell you this is how you're going to be the speaker. But in politics, when you're told being going to be a speaker, make sure you sign a contract, because this is the game. And you must know how to play this game. So the young people don't feel to be left out in terms of whether they're going to be given nomination or not. But why am I saying this? You must work on your influence at your constituent level. So as when the negotiation time come on table, you have things to say, man, I can put this on table. Don't just come with word of mouth. You can be a good guy, liberal in terms of policy making, but you're not influential and you're a young person. What can we do?
Tricia, I'd like to equally say that as youth leaders, we must also come out clear and say we need free and fair nominations to our candidates. We must also sit down as leaders of the youth leagues and front our candidates for areas that we have interest in or areas that we have candidates in. We must come out and say, the elections board or the management of nomination should also be comprised of the youth, because these systems should also run with the youth in it. No, we must leave no stone unturned. We are going for those seats, not to, and also as we go for these seats, it should also be not we are going for it because we are young. We are also going for it because we are possible. We are possible candidates who can also bring that seat home.
Yeah.
And so as youth leaders and as youth leagues, we must come out clear and call out our parties and tell them, we need free and fair nominations. We are moving out of tribal politics, ethnic-based politics, and now we are going into issue-based politics. So as young people, we must also come up with the best ideas, best manifestos, best agendas that can actually suit our constituents, that can actually turn into political relevance, political numbers, and political votes, so that we can actually occupy these political seats now as politicians or as sitting policymakers.
You know why I highlighted that? It's because we had a young lady here who was going for a position, and she was shortchanged, despite the fact that she had the numbers, she had the influence. So those are some of the challenges that we see at party levels, yes, nomination levels. Those are issues that we see. So it was just a question to maybe to keep you alert on what maybe could be expected. Yeah.
Thank you.
So a few shout-outs here on social media, starting with YouTube. Kuna Michael Olande anasema good morning. Tunechi as well, good morning. Football sure tips, also saying good morning. Zach okay. Then there's Jack's Connect. Kuna Abokas ambaye pia amesalimiana, na kuna Abraham Leting. So thank you, keep on listening, of course keep on sending your shout-outs. Shall definitely highlight them. There's this thing about devolution. Right now the president is in Homa Bay. Anafungua the Devolution conference. We've been seeing these conferences over and over, and my opinion is that some things are working, some are not. Let me start by asking you about the position of the woman rep, and I'll always ask this question. Brian, your position unaona ikitusaidia?
I usually ask myself, was it sustainable enough to bring that position, and to which level? Because in a democratic country, we are told that the winner, or the one who garner the majority of the votes, is the winner. Not by gender. The word is winner. The one who emerges the winner.
Right.
So I don't see the essence why will someone be excluded and given a platform in their specification of the agenda. That is actually, I think that is it's an inclusion in a way, because I thought these women rep, it was to empower women to realize they can play an influential role in terms of playing part in politics. But when you look into our history, Kinaphobia CEO, the RIP deceased one,
late lady, yes.
Yeah, the late lady, he played the role, but there was no women rep. The one for Kamba people, what is the name? The Mijikenda, and during colonial eras, they played the role of fighting for their people. So women has been part of the fighting for this country. There's no point there they have been excluded. Actually, even the mama, when they were in the forest, they weren't taking care of their families. And if they were not the one to take care of these families, we could not be having this independence that we are talking about. Women have been part of political and leadership of this country. And for me, I feel like if we are talking about a women rep, it's higher time also, if that is the case, we consider also amendment. Because
We are trying to cut down on the weight bill.
because let me tell you something. This thing is not sustainable. It was to give the other gender a realization that they can play an influential role in politics, particularly under this new constitution. But they have realized it. What do we have to do? We need to drop it. Because now, women know they can also be MPs. We do have them. We have 7 governors, G7. Yeah, we even have to call them W7, if that's the case. Because they have understood the mandate. They can play an influential role to govern, to represent, to legislate, and also to lobby policies that help people to progress. So I think it's our time we drop that women rep because we have had enough of it.
Well, I just before we leave Brian,
I was sure Tricia was going to come in.
Well, yeah, because it is important. Because first of all, like when you look at that position, you're saying, of course, it was to bring that realization that women can also take up these positions, leadership positions, which is true. And again, there's also this other one that you're not talking about, the 2/3 gender rule, which we are not yet there. So for me, I will still support that position still continues. It's only now that the women now need to up their game. There are so many things that they are not doing right. Those who are in that position, there are so many things that they just need to up their game so that now we can feel the impact of that position. When you say that, okay, there's something I'm forgetting. You had talked of. I'll just remember as we continue with.
Let me say something.
First off, I want to agree with Tricia that the women rep position is very critical in achieving the 2/3 gender rule.
Yeah,
and we are not yet there as a country. And it's even entrenched in our constitution, in the 2010 constitution, that we must also recognize women as potential leaders in our country. But also, these positions should be merit-based. They should not just women rep should not just come in because they are women. This position should be merit based. I mean, we cannot have people sitting in parliament in the name of women reps, and yet they don't know what actually they should do in parliament as women representatives. We have many challenges facing our women back in our societies. And it is upon these women representatives to come forth and push forward the agenda of women in our country. I mean, these are the same people who should be talking about menstrual health. These are the same people who should be talking about challenges that face the girl child in our institutions. These are the same people who should come out and talk about rape cases, about femicide, about female genital mutilation. These are the same people we expect to talk about morality in our society. And I want to say that position is very critical, not only for our constitution, but also even for our societies. Women have what it takes to be leaders in this country.
True.
It is. We have seen women who have fought for their positions. We have seen women who are parliamentarians, who are governors right now, who are senators, and I equally applaud women for taking up charge and becoming figurative leaders in our politics. And I also call upon women to also support their own, so that they can also even reach a place where we have a woman as a presidential candidate in this country. We have not had a woman as on top of our leadership structure for long. And it's a conversation that now we must now start having as a country, so that women can not only look at these women representative positions, but also they can look at the bigger picture or the bigger type of representation they can have in this country. Thank you.
The reason I asked about the woman reposition and its relevance in governance, it is because of the fact that in the last 12 years of devolution, to be honest, that position has delivered nothing. And I can be corrected, please, feel free to do this. The women reps that we've had, I have not seen something that is significant that they have done that a man could not have done. You've mentioned stories as sanitary towels for the ladies. That is legislation that even a man can come up with. Fighting for their rights to access certain things. Those are things that can be fought for by anybody who is not even an MP or a senator or a governor for that matter. Right now, Patricia Wayua can stand and present a bill in Parliament. Yes, through proxies or even by herself, and those bills can be debated and laws can be made out of those bills. Patricia doesn't have to be even a radio presenter, forget even being an MP. She just has to be a Kenyan citizen. So, to be honest, I do not see what they do. We have not seen them do anything significant in Parliament, apart from once in a while do things in public that just unite Kenyans, you know. So the reason I'm saying this is because we are paying taxes and these ladies are receiving a salary every month. Now, if we just take a round figure of $1 million bob that MPs receive, it could be more, it could be less, but if we just take a round figure of $1 million and we multiply that by 47 women reps,
7 million,
that is 47 million every month. If we multiply that money by a year, you do the math, that's a lot of money. If we multiply that money by 12, not 12, but by 5 years that they're in power, that's a lot of money. That is money that could have gone to healthcare. That is money that could have gone to education. Right now we are having issues with capitation. That is money that could have gone to help people with disabilities. That is money that can actually go to very many places that are not even in my mind right now. So ile barabara mmekuja hapa hivi nje iko na potholes. Hiyo ni pesa ingetengeneza ingejenga hiyo barabara. Why do we still have this position? Yet we already have women in Parliament who've been elected, that were not necessarily elected as women reps. We have women who've been elected in just kawaida constituencies. Those women, in my opinion, can do that work. In the Senate, we already have 16 women serving as senators. They can do that work that the women rep are doing, because there's nothing unique about women in Nairobi that is very uniquely different from women in Turkana. Yes, Turkana has a few hardships here and there, but it can still be done by the few women that are already in elective positions, and it can then also be done by men who are in elected positions. So again, I beg to ask,
why are you looking at me?
Because you're a woman.
Why are you looking at me? This is a position.
I've actually looked at all of them.
Yeah.
No, but in all honesty, perhaps it's time we rethink. Perhaps if we do not then get rid of the position, at least we give it some more responsibility then. In that case, if they have got to be there to fulfill the 2/3 gender rule, if it's such a critical thing, I think we can rethink about the responsibilities.
Well, we can rethink about the responsibilities as well as the budgeting. Because I tend to believe that position is not financed as these other positions that we are talking about, that we can see and tell this is a fruit of this position. So as we talk of giving responsibilities, more responsibility, let us also look into the fact that these people need financing.
I want to speak about to that rule. Why to that? When you speak about 2/3, why 2/3? The reason why you want 2/3 is because we have not have that balanced gender equality inside the house. But at the same, we have to ask ourselves, what is the criteria of those members of Parliament and Senate to be there? It is by the virtue of contest under their parties and also in their political space. Everyone is contesting based on their influence, their manifestos, their plan for the people, not because of gender. I've never seen an MP coming because I'm a man, vote for me. I usually see, as Brian, I want to do this for you, I want to help my people, I want to build school, and that is the criteria where people are being elected, based on merit. I've never seen a criteria of gender. And that's why women have been empowered enough. I want to tell you the reality. They have been actually, there's somebody who have been left out in this country is the boy child. Actually, if that is the case, if that's the reality of today, the boy child has been left out. If is that the case, the boy child has been left out. Another thing, we have an attorney general. That's a lady. That's the truth. We do have judiciary, the chief justice. That's a lady. They have been empowered. It's only that I think the most important thing is the mindset. Does it have to be in politics only? No, it has to be all quarters of life.
Okay.
And that takes us to why did where does devolution come in all these discussions? You in historical context, you'll remember Kadu of having something called Majimboism. Majimboism was a Swahili word that refers to devolved structures based on regions. But then, just as Wangari Maathai once told us, in the course of history,
yes,
there comes a time when humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness. And that is where now the drafters of the 2010 constitution came in and actually saw it was that we must have a woman MP sitting in parliament voting for women interest at parliament. Women form a critical structure called SIGs, special interest groups,
yes,
which is made up of the youth, the PWDs, the people with disabilities, and the women. And this very position was brought in so as to integrate the SIGs to feel, because for quite some time, even in Majimboism, this very SIG group was marginalized. So it was brought about to foster for inclusivity. Devolved structures came in, or county governments came in first to transfer power and to even localize, to ensure that there is inclusivity in our governance structures. So I equally want to say that it is paramount and very important to have that seat of women representative for inclusivity matters, because women form part of the special interest groups. And I'm saying this not that I want to be in good books with our women, but women have proven leadership, even in historical context. Just as my brother said,
yes,
we've seen women who fought for our independence. We know of women who have stood up and forthright in championing for the interest of this country. So I want to say that it is very important to not to scrap off that seat, but continue maintaining it for inclusivity purposes,
for prosperity,
also for the respect of devolution, and for the respect of our constitution.
And again, if you could just Google and check on what percentage of women are in leadership just across the world, you realize that we are still so far away. I should be around 20 something women in power, women in leadership. So
you mean like presidents or what?
Just in leadership, just leadership in general.
In Kenya already have 47 women reps, and those are women in leadership.
Okay, these ones, and this
you mean 27,000?
No, forgetting about now that this one was just to come and be able to bridge the gap. Which the gap of the 2/3 gender.
We have ministers.
So without that, literally the percentage would be too low. That is for women in leadership, women in power. And again, looking at your argument, when you say that this position needs to be scrapped off, it's just like also saying that now the equalization fund for the counties should be scrapped off. Just also like we also need to reconsider the position of the deputy governor.
But the equalization fund has a purpose and it works.
So same purpose.
No.
Yes.
Listen, and that's why I said, to be honest, and if we're being honest, me, I'm a father to girls. My partner is a woman. I was born by a woman. So there's nothing unique about them apart from their gender and their anatomy that really, really, really honestly warrants the position of a woman rep. Okay? Because whatever issues, for instance, there's nothing about my children that I do not know. And I take care of the needs as they are presented. Okay? There's nothing about my partner that I do not know. And I take care of her needs as they have been presented. What I'm arguing against is the fact that here there's a lazy situation whereby, it's like saying, let's make Meshach president because, hey, we need someone of his height in this studio. Sisi wengine wote ni wafupi, lakini he's the only tall person, he has to be represented. We need Meshach to actually offer us something of importance. Ndio by the time tunampatia hiyo leadership position on account of his height, he's actually contributing. Si kazi yake anakulanga mshahara kila mwezi sababu ni mrefu. Wewe unaamka kila asubuhi, by 6 a.m. you're here, you do the newspaper review, you're the one who's taking care of the guests, you're doing da. After this you go meet clients. Mesha akia anatokezeanga tu because he's tall, anakula mshahara.
So
he doesn't even have to wake up early in the morning. Because we have seen that even in parliament, not all of them are active in debating, they're not active in presenting bills.
Same as MPs also, not all of them.
There are some, but I'm saying, you see this position, my problem is the only reason it was created was to fulfill the two-thirds gender rule. It is doing absolutely nothing else. And that's why I said, on account of him being tall or having an afro, sisi wengine wote hivi ni vipara. Sasa tunampatia kazi juu yeye ni afro. You get? So that's my argument anyway.
So and I think that is where Tricia came in and said that office also needs funding.
Yes.
So that it can
And
also perform its duties and also to be added responsibilities as well as to move on its operations.
And my conclusion also is the fact that let us not demonize that position. Let us just look at the people who are getting into this position. Let the question be the people who are getting into this position, the people that are being elected to this.
You're from Mombasa.
Yes.
Has your woman rep done anything for you
She
that you
has
can say, wow, isingalikuwa ni huyu mheshimiwa? Nothing.
Well, like we have talked of the special, the minority groups and the people who are able differently. There is a lot that these women do, by the way.
Don't forget, we already have.
There are a lot.
We already have MPs in parliament representing PWDs.
Yes, but when it is your responsibility, of course you'll do it with you'll give it the energy that it deserves, because it is falls under your responsibility. You get? So the
on a short commercial break.
And I understand. But anyway, I think we'll probably invite a woman rep one of these fine days.
Yeah, sure.
Atueleze, because perhaps mimi pia ninaweza kuwa ninaelewa vitu zangu. But I want to go back to this Devolution conference. It's been 12 years, right? Have we realized the dream of Devolution, or the fruits of Devolution? The Brian. Mkona makipu wengi hapa kwa studio leo.
Yeah, it's a blessing by that to have kept
the house.
men.
So keep Korin, kuna kitu tumefanya na hiyo position? I mean Devolution imetusaidia.
So far so good. But remember, we do have challenges as a country on how to manage the little resources that we have. Remember, President William Ruto yesterday signed amendment of the allocation for Amendment Act 2023 into law. The counties, 47 counties were given 415 billion. That is a good boost for them. But also we need to understand, we have all those other counties where they are being also included in the ASAL, arid, semi-arid lands, where they have their own challenges. They need also to be considered in terms of allocation. All of these things came because we wanted to devolve or to have sub-national government whereby they can run their activities based on their people, which is something that is very centric, because the issues of Northeastern is not same as issues of Rift Valley as compared to coast. So all of this came to make sure that the services can come close to Mwananchi. And it has done a lot, truly, but we still have a long way to go. Because remember, one of the challenges that is really making this devolution not to work effectively, number one is corruption. Number two is how they manage their resources. Number three is having the servants that consume the entire budget of which had been allocated for development. So these are things that I think the members of parliament, the young people, should lobby for the policies that will ensure that devolution works per the purview that we intend it to be. So devolution has done the best, but we do have challenges, and that's challenges where now the policies need to come in place to make sure we have the good management of our government in county levels.
Meshak.
I want to equally agree that devolution has been a success in our country, and that's been a blessing, because this devolution has been the transfer of power, functions and resources from national government to county governments under the 2010 constitution. But we must also agree that even with its all successes, we also have challenges that face devolution. And even in today's newspaper, as I was coming, I saw the president equally alluded that there has been issues of corruption. And corruption has been an animal eating on devolution. I mean, we cannot move towards our goal if we continue having discussions about ghost workers. if we will continue having, if the youth, because we are talking about devolution and the youth are still complaining about issues of misrepresentation, where you will find county executive officers representing the youth are not even youth. Where, and I'll give an example of even my county, Kericho. Our CEC for youth is 62 years. So what can we talk about youth?
You must solve that.
What can we talk about youth if we are still talking about misrepresentation, if we are still talking about corruption? Do you know that towards 2022 election, we had 10 billionaires into our system, and these billionaires are governors. These are people who are being investigated because of corruption cases, because of misappropriation of funds belonging to county government.
Right.
And this is something that it has been a major setback towards the achievement of successful devolution, because there's nothing we can do in our devolved units without funds.
Right.
And I also want to call on the government to equally release these funds earlier enough so that it can perform its duties. I also want to call upon EACC, the DCI, to investigate any cases of misappropriation of funds.
Right.
As you are aware, right now, even in Kericho County, where I come from, the governor is facing an impeachment motion because of misappropriation of around 85 million. So if you are going to achieve devolution, and if the devolution conference of Homabay is going to be successful on its agenda, so that when we are having devolution conferences, we can talk about our successes. We must talk about the elephant in the room.
What do you think about NGCDF though? There's this whole issue that it should be scrapped. And in my opinion, I think it should be, because it has taken away the role of Parliament completely. Parliament has forgotten their work is to oversight.
I equally want to agree that NGCDF must be scrapped off.
Yes.
Parliament should be a house of oversight and representation.
Period.
There's nowhere a member of Parliament should come in contact with money. This money should even be consolidated and even be shared now to our devolved units through county governments, so that it can perform its duties towards that level of devolved units. The constitution is very clear on the work of the legislature. Legislature's work is to represent and oversight. Anything apart from that is not their duty. It's an illegality, by the way. So NGCDF is an illegal thing that should be scrapped off, and I'm of the idea of the same.
Yes. Keep Korir.
NGCDF, first of all, iko na role yake. Number 2, mwenye anaitumia ndiye hafai. It should be considered otherwise, have the policy framework that will also streamline it towards for the constituency, that the amount that are being allotted to each constituency, yes, good, but the individual doing that should be a different person. There should be committees which is being oversight by the same Parliament, but not the Parliament doing that work. So I think that should be scrapped, and we must also learn to follow the Constitution. You know, our problem as Kenyans, we are not alive to the fact that we need to follow this Constitution. You cannot be a leader who don't follow the purposeful document that we intended to follow. And it's very clearly, we told ourselves that we give it to ourselves, for ourselves and for the future generation and for our children, whether we like it or not. So we must get used to follow this Constitution. And for that reason, we must ensure that at the end of the day,
yes,
this NGCDF is scrapped from the members of Parliament, so as to have the member of Parliament who debate national issues in a way that is needed.
Maybe the women rep will be active now. You must say something, Patricia.
Okay. Sawa. Anyway, when the 2010 constitution that gave birth to this devolution, I think it had envisioned working on this issue of marginalization. Sawa. When you talk of marginalization, we will not talk of it and forget about the young people. So the young people, especially in the national government, of course, we would say it's like they were marginalized in terms of their involvement in decision making, their involvement in law making, and so forth. So I want to understand, now that there is this devolution, has it really addressed issues to do with the youth, the young people, and especially in terms of leadership and so forth?
First off, why devolution matters to the youth is because, first of the population power. the youth make up the largest population of the youngest population is up to 75% of our Kenyan population. So any mistake towards devolution affects them directly. This also is important to the youth because there are benefits or opportunities to reap in devolved units, including even what do we call these programs where youth are supposed to take 30% of tenders.
Yeah.
Of county government tenders.
So is that happening?
I want to say that has been a major setback also towards youth and devolution, because we have seen cases, and not once, not twice, where MCS take up the opportunity of tendereering businesses or doing government tenders that actually should be done by the youth. And devolution has for the longest time not respected the voice of the youth, because they are, first off, because of misrepresentation, the way I said it, and because of tokenism, where youth are given responsibilities,
yes,
but they do not actually live up to that responsibility or even perform the same responsibility they have been given, where you are given a figurative or ceremonial position, but you're not given the power to actually
actualize
that responsibility of that position. So devolution has for the longest time not respected the youth, and I'm certain that as we continue having these conversations, and even as we continue having devolution conferences, we must also see where our youth can actually be considered, even in public participations, where youth can actually take part in budget making processes, and take part in voting for policies or budgets that can actually go to their favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're almost coming to the tail end of our conversation. We have about 3 minutes to go, and I want to take your final thoughts as far as devolution in our country is concerned. We are seeing lots and lots of issues with our governors, and especially when it comes to matters of accountability. Recently the COG walisema wataki kuauditiwa sababu auditing inachelewesha services kufikia wananchi. I don't know, Kiprotich, in your opinion, do you feel, actually let me just start with Brian here, do you feel like they are justified in some of these actions they're taking? I feel like the COG has got so much power, and they are stifling development by literally coming between accountability and service delivery.
Accountability is as important as it is, first of all, as we have to remember, because when senators are holding this governor accountable, is to ensure that they understand how these resources are being utilized at the county level. And I don't see the point why should be accountability be the reason why it delays allocation of the resources. And because one of the things that we need to also to ask ourselves, are these governors doing the right thing? Is there a clean governor who has not been engaging in corruption?
Yeah. Kivuta Kibwana, former governor.
Former.
Yes.
True, that's good. But he's former.
Yes.
You're talking about now.
Yes.
So those are the things that we need to ask ourselves. If they are doing the right thing, then it means even the accountability itself is a simple task, because you're just as clean as, maybe not even Jesus was clean. I don't know who is clean. As
they
a
say
baby who is born.
They say as clean as a whistle.
Yeah, that's way. So I think they need to also to be as good as they are in terms of making sure that they are not engaged in this alleged corruption. So as whenever they have these accountability tests before the Senate, they are clean also. They don't even waste time on their allocation. So I think it's very important, first of all, the leaders to be accountable for themselves before the House. At the same time, the House, which is the Senate, to make sure that they have the accountability which is based on the Constitution. Not because they want to be bribes or they have those kind of favoring accountabilities. No, something that is very legit and as per the Constitution.
All right. Kiprotich.
First off, I want to say that the youth are a resource to be invested in. And the youth should be trained towards today's economies, towards today's jobs, towards today's innovation. And devolution plays a critical role in achieving this. And for the youths, we must also talk.
Yeah.
And we must also say there is nothing for us without us. Kenyans youth are not a challenge to be managed. They are a force to be trusted. So it is important that we entrench these very youth into our devolved systems and actually consider their thoughts and their insights, so that we can manage the successes of the devolution with our youth. So we must also end tokenism for the youth and embrace partnership, because we want a devolution that delivers.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You said you want to run for Senate?
I want to run for Senate, Kericho County.
Kericho County. We wish you all the best.
I really appreciate
when the time comes, we shall ask you to come and sell your manifesto. And I hope itakuanga ile ya kusema na kutenda, ya kutenga na kusema alafu tumeka mikakati.
And before I forget,
yes,
I think very soon,
yes,
I'm going to be the CEO of NYC. I must make the youth to realize the functionality of that office.
Okay.
And I'm very serious.
Yes.
Next time you call me here, the matters of NYC.
Just to be clear, NYC stands for
National Youth Council.
Yes. The only body for the youths, and it's not functioning.
Okay. Not New York City, eh?
Not New York
City. So we wish you all the best as far as also that is concerned. Na utarudi hapa utuuzie sera zako pia tujue, and also what you're doing to hold UDA accountable. Kuna vitu zinafanyika huko ndani hatufurahi.
Tutanyorosha
na tuseme ukweli, si ndio?
Ukweli lazima iseme.
All right, that has been Mesha Kiprotich, the KANU National Youth Leader, and the last voice you heard there was of Brian Kipkorir. He is the UDA Youth Leader as well. We were talking about the youth and of course their role as far as devolution is concerned and leadership as a whole. But right now though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 3 men alleged to be part of a criminal syndicate involved in illegally unlocking M-Copper phones have been arraigned in court for theft and handling stolen goods. The accused, Jeremiah Njoroge, Marvin Wanguno, and Victor Kimani, appeared before Milimani Law Courts, where they denied the charges. According to court filings on August 4th, 2025, at Intermark Business Center in Nairobi, the trio allegedly stole 6 mobile phones valued at 800,000 Kenya shillings belonging to M-Copper Kenya Limited. Magistrate Dolphina Alego granted each accused person a bond of 2 million Kenya shillings or an alternative cash bail of 1 million Kenya shillings. The case is set for pre-trial mention on August 27th, 2025.
Alternative count number 1, that's handling stolen goods. And particular, sir, on the 4th day of August 2025 at Intermark Business Center in Nairobi, Nairobi County. Otherwise, in the process of stealing, jointly, dishonestly receive or retain 6 Samsung phones, make Samsung A13 of IMEI number 35715347719928
President William Ruto has sent a strong message to government agencies, warning them not to take part in or protect corrupt activities. Speaking on Wednesday, August 13th, during the Devolution conference in Homa Bay County, Ruto said it was time for the country to face corruption head-on. He described the vice as a major obstacle to Kenya's progress and urged accountability bodies to play their part without fear or favor. The president singled out the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, telling them they have no excuse for failing to act.
We are undertaking transformation in Kenya, but that transformation is being undermined by corruption, and we must call it what it is. And all agencies, institutions, and arms of government, we must come together to deal with the challenge of corruption so that we can ensure that public resources are meant and are used for the intended purposes for which the people of Kenya have asked us.
Kenya's youth leaders have urged young people to focus on economic empowerment, mental preparedness, and active political participation as key steps towards steering the country's future. Giving their views on Radio Generation on Thursday morning, the leaders said the country's leadership potential lies in its young population, who must be equipped to take charge both now and years ahead. UDA youth leader Brian Kipkorir said young people, who make up about 78% of the population, are the nation's driving force. However, he says they must be prepared in all aspects before taking on greater leadership responsibilities. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba hailed the Kenya Music Festival as a powerful tool for nurturing creativity, fostering cultural unity, and driving the competency-based education agenda. The CS highlighted the festival's alignment with CBE's focus on creativity, imagination, and communication, noting its role in building self-confidence, discipline, perseverance, teamwork, and collaboration among learners. Ogamba also said government intends to establish academies to develop talents of winners of the national music festivals.
Because of how talented our children are and the high level of performances that we've had, that perhaps it is time we thought about creating an academy, academy of creative arts nationally, so that when these students finish and those who are talented enough can proceed to get training in that academy for them to continue advancing their talent.
At least 22 migrants lost their lives on Wednesday after two boats overturned off the Italian island of Lampedusa, with dozens still missing and about 60 people rescued, humanitarian agency reported. The disaster highlights the continuing danger faced by migrants attempting to cross the central Mediterranean in overcrowded and unsafe vessels, particularly during the summer months. The Red Cross, which manages Lampedusa's migrant reception center, confirmed that 56 men and 4 women survived the shipwreck. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. A very good morning to you. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, everything is fantastico. And in studio, we have taken a turn in terms of our conversation. But imagine there's nothing you can talk in this studio without including politics, whether it's the health sector, whether it's education, whether you want to talk about agriculture. Ni lazima one or another muingize kitu inaitwa nini? Inaitwa siasa. And in studio we do have a guest. He is Joseph Kamburi Munyiri. He is a trade union official at the Kenya National Union of Teachers Nairobi branch. Mwalimu, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Baadhi mnapendanga kutoa walimu?
It's okay. I'm a teacher.
Yeah.
Once a teacher, always a teacher.
Always a teacher.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a correction, it's Joseph Karuri, not Kambuvi.
Oh, nimesoma venye imeandikwa, but pole sana.
Yeah, Joseph Karuri.
Yes. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Okay.
We are glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Umeniambia kuna salamu zangu kutoka my former teachers. Where do you remember any of your former teachers, Patricia?
I do remember my mathematics.
In primary?
No. Yeah, in primary I know them because of course you've done your primary just around home.
Yes.
So most of the time the teachers are locals.
Right.
So you do remember. I remember a majority of them. Yes.
Math teacher wako alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Well, kulikuwa na mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Mbilo. Yeah. There is also Mrs. Ngui. Yeah.
Wako
there are many.
Kadha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So depending on which class, you know, in primary most of the time kuna lesson wa kila class iko na lesson if it is mathematics. Yeah.
Okay.
Secondary school as well, I can still recall most of my teachers at the university. I can recall a majority of my
university juzi
lecturers.
Ukisahau nitashangaa sana. Yeah, but
you can't remember.
I can remember some, of course, but not all for sure. There are some actually meet in the streets and they're like, "Hey, movie." I'm like, "How did you even recognize me? I've changed." Yeah, sure. Nimepata mpaka ndevu bana. Kitambi imeongezeka. Back in the day nilikuwa. Anyway, let's give them a shout out. Umeniambia there's 2 teachers.
Yeah, 2 teachers.
Yes.
Is the maths teacher, Mr. Omagwa, and Mr. Wekesa. So my poster, when I posted in a WhatsApp group,
right,
I told them I'm coming to Radio Generation, and then he told me say hi to my student.
Yes,
Mr. Mbuvi.
Nimesalimika sana. Nakumbukanga zile viboko nilipata huko.
Discipline.
Hey, story for another day.
Sure.
But see, I'm disciplined now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm very disciplined.
This has brought you this far.
Yes.
Unajua hata tukisema mambo na discipline na kiboko.
Yes.
Tukiingia masuala ya shule, tauliza tu swali hapa kuhusiana na kiboko.
Yes.
What do you think of the product, the students ambao walitoka wakati wa kiboko na ambao wako wakati akuja kuwa na kiboko shuleni?
Completely different. Ni tofauti sana kwa sababu back then we used to have students coming up to this generation who are very disciplined, very focused. Currently we are having a problem with the current generation because it is during their time that the banning of the cane was implemented, and this has attributed to a case of indiscipline in the society. And you see it is even coming up to the international, where we are going to the stadiums and you don't have a ticket and you want to go into the stadium. It is translating to the nation and it is not good. So I think that is something I will really seek for it being reviewed. But at least it should also be reviewed with moderation, because the case it was banned is because some of them went to the extreme towards harming the students. But I think even it is biblical.
Yeah.
When you spare the rod, you spoil the child. So we should have measures of discipline with moderation.
All right.
Yes.
So, teacher, let's get right into this conversation.
Yes.
As far as our education is concerned, we are seeing a lot of things going on. There's the whole issue of ghost schools. We have the capitation issue. But I see teachers are happy as far as recruitment is concerned. Maybe we can start from there, the good stuff. How is that going on, by the way? Unasikia Professor Kindiki alisema a few weeks ago that they're going to employ about 76 or so thousand teachers. Has that been actualized, or it's a process that is ongoing?
Okay, it is a process that is ongoing, and it is a positive. We want to appreciate what the government is doing in terms of recruitment. However, the gap is still big because of the backlog that had happened. Also, as a union, I'm also a unionist.
Yes.
It's good to note that.
Yes.
I am in Kenya National Union of Teachers, Nairobi branch. And we are advocating, even as we do this recruitment and the employments, it should be on permanent basis. Because, like, for example, in the junior school, currently there's an advert that was done just the other day, I think 2 days ago, and it is going to recruit 24,000 teachers on intern basis. So these teachers will be out there, and
this is now 24,000 away from the 76.
Away from the 76.
Okay.
So it is work in progress. But also with the current economic issues we are having, when you employ these teachers and you put them on a salary of 20,000-30,000, I mean the government should do better. And this government has money. This narrative of there's no money, it's not good. It's also hurting the education sector, because you realize these teachers who are being employed on interns, they are working in the same environment with teachers who are permanent and pensionable, doing the same job or even more, because they are young, energetic. So you find, and also they lose their years in terms of pension and all that. Yeah. So that one is something that it's positive, the recruitment, because they are waiting to be confirmed. But again, we will urge that they be employed on a permanent basis.
Of the 24,000 teachers that will be put on internship, number one, how long are they on internship? And number two, once they are confirmed on PNP, how much money should they be paid?
Okay, they are there. Like the last time we had a group of teachers who are there for 2 years.
On internship?
On internship. And you see, when you talk about internship, you're talking about teachers who have gone through teaching practice and they have graduated. So it's very wrong to call them interns in the first place. You cannot go through university, you graduate or college, you did the internship, which is teaching practice, then you are again employed on internship. It does not make sense. So they should be employed on permanent, and they should not be subjected to that 1 year or 2 years. Again, we don't know how long. I cannot confidently speak about that because it depends with the government. We may reach that end of the year and they say they don't have money, so they push it to next year. So from 1 year, they may go to 2 years or even 3 years. When it comes to issues of how much they should pay, that is subject to the current pay structure that we have, because there is an entry level to the teaching fraternity, depending whether you are a certificate teacher, diploma, or graduate holder. So, and that is normally negotiated by the union, like what we have heard recently about the CBA and the TSC, the teacher employer.
All right. So that we can understand, because I'm sure a lot of listeners right now might be interested in joining the teaching profession.
Yes.
First of all, the training takes if you're doing degree, takes 4 years, right? Nilisoma na walimu kadhaa. And once the entry level, in your opinion, how much are teachers making at the entry level, and how much should it actually be?
Okay, at the entry level for a graduate teacher, you will find, like now we have had a review of the CBA, you will find the basic pay is around 50,000 Kenya shillings.
Okay.
Minus
the allowances and
minus the allowances.
Okay.
And you find that is very little.
Yeah.
Because for a teacher to be able to live comfortably, and this teacher, you find some of them even are employed late. They hustle in the private schools, then they come to be employed in the public sector
much later.
So by the time he's coming to be employed, he's already having a family with responsibilities. 50,000 surely. You pay the school fees and the upkeep of the kids and all that, and of course the comfortability. So this is something that needs to be checked, even by as we as the unions, we advocate for more. I believe a basic pay of 100,000 Kenya shillings should be sufficient. Should be sufficient for the teachers.
All right.
Minus the allowances.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so that this teacher will be able to concentrate in class. Because when that is not the case, the teacher will always devise a survival mechanisms. They will get into side hustle. And you see, an education, it is someone who needs time to do even research. So that he can be able to have the content to deliver. So when this is having a gap, these teachers will now start moonlighting, looking for other side hustles to fill the gap. And in the process, the focus on the teaching learning process is missed out. So you find the implementation is not good.
When you look at other countries, because I'm sure we have to benchmark with a country or two.
True.
Number one, which country do you think is good as far as teachers' pay is concerned? And compared to our country, uko wanalipo pesa ngapi?
Okay, so when you talk about benchmarking with other countries, I would say in Africa, basically teachers are not well remunerated. But I think South Africa is a notch higher than us. When you talk about Western countries, they are doing better as compared to us.
Okay.
Yes, so we will really encourage the government to upgrade in terms of payment.
I have friends and relatives who actually have gone to UAE.
Yes.
A couple of regions there, and they're actually doing very well.
Exactly.
They are, from my understanding, sijawauliza wanalipo how much, but from my understanding, because I see they send money back home.
True.
And I can tell that they're earning very well.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we shall get there at one point. Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah,
you have a question?
I think still on the CBA, I think there are several issues that you guys had raised, apart from the one for salaries.
Yes.
There's also the issue of career growth and so forth. I don't know, and you guys, you said that you have withdrawn the Mgomo.
Yeah, that was last year.
Yes, that was last year. So I just want to understand, maybe these issues have they really been addressed?
Not really, because one of you talk about career progression.
Yes.
Career progression is a thorn in the flesh in the teachers of Kenya, because there's something we call the career progression, we're calling the CPG. This thing came and was able to curtail teachers from going to climb up the ladder.
Promotions.
Reason because imagine you are subjecting 400,000 teachers in Kenya to vacancies on administration. This is very unfair. That, for me to be able to reach the highest job groups, which are preserved for managerial, the administration, I should wait for a vacancy. And this administrator is going to be in that position for 7-10 years, others even 15, those who get the administration early. So, in a staff room of 40 teachers, the administrator, the head teacher is one, or the principal, the deputy is one or two, and a senior teacher. So imagine subjecting all these teachers to a vacancy that is going to appear there. You don't know when. So this CPG, when it was came into force around 2016, 2017, during that CBA, during the Session time, it has made a big backlog because teachers have been waiting for vacancies. And when they come, the vacancy may be for a principal. They are advertised by Teacher Service Commission. Maybe there are 3,000 or 4,000. The applications are 30,000 or 20,000. So tell me, those who remain, they have been piling up. That's why you find some of the teachers have been staying in one job group for 10 years, others even 7 years, 6 years, and it is very unfair.
Okay, from where you sit, maybe apart from the administration, the jobs, the vacancies that you're talking, which are limited,
Yes.
what other areas would now a teacher be promoted to?
From where I see it, and that's what I was sharing with those who are higher me, like the Secretary General, as they negotiate with the Teacher Service Commission, there should be a clear path for all teachers teaching, because it doesn't mean that because a classroom teacher, a teacher who is teaching in the classroom all her entire life without rising to the managerial position should not grow career-wise. So there should be a clear path for those who are joining administration and a clear path for those who are using the classroom path, so that you are not going to subject this teacher in one job group just basically because he is not an administrator. There should be a distinct, clear path, so that when there are teachers who obviously even have been called for administrative interviews and they don't want to be administrators, and that is a preference, but it doesn't mean that they are not doing their good job at the classroom level, and some of them are even very successful when it comes to even co-curricular activities. Those are some of the areas you're asking. Some of these teachers are training students to KMF. Like recently in Meru, we have had teachers having trophies for Kenya music festivals. We have had others in sports taking students even to East Africa, to the national levels. We are having those in the drama festival. Others are very good when it comes to ICT science fair. Like, the scope is wide. Others are even doing great mentorship to these students, counseling and all that. So we should have a variety of ways in which we appreciate these teachers, whether they are in administrative post or doing other works in the even computer. Some of them are doing great innovations, like in the science fair. You should be able to appreciate these teachers.
Is it possible, because not all teachers will ever be principals or deputy principals and head teachers and so on, but is it possible that you can still be a teacher in the classroom, but because of your years of experience as a teacher, you're still promoted, even if it's salary wise? Because I might be like, I went to Nairobi school for my for whatever high school. Is it possible niko na mwalimu hapo alikuwa ananifunza lakini mshahara yake na principal maybe ziko at par, because number one, they're very good at their job, they've been promoted over the years, it's just that now amefika mahali haizi kwa principal because principals wametosha. Is it possible?
And the slots are very few.
And the slot, of course, slots are very few. So because you there's no vacancy for principal, but you actually deserve to be in the position of a principal. Is it possible to be promoted kimfuko pia?
So you can imagine, as I said, 400,000 teachers, and maybe the secondary schools are 15,000 in the nation. So you can see that it is not possible to be able to reach that point. Is it possible currently? No. Because the CPG does not allow that. For you to be able to earn the salary of a principal, you should be enacting capacity as a principal.
Okay.
Not acting, you should be the substantive principal, recognized by the Teacher Service Commission. There is even another problem. For example, last year we had interviews. And some of the teachers were merited. They qualified, and the list for those who qualified to move to the next job group, maybe deputies and principals and what we call deputy principals, they were out. But due to the issue of the limited vacancies that arise, a few of the teachers who are able to get the vacancies have already started acting, and their salary will be adjusted. Imagine Mbuvi, those who are not going to get those schools will not get those letters until an opportunity arises. So again, you can see, I go to an interview with you. There is one school, we are 3 of us. So one gets the school, the other one remains waiting for an opportunity. So you will start earning, and with TSC, you will not earn until you start heading the school. So you will remain, maybe, if it's, for example, a head teacher at C5, job group C5, you are a C5, the other one is already getting the salary, and you are a C5, waiting for a school until you don't know when. So and those are some of the gaps that are happening currently.
And that is why I think we can actually adjust this. Like you see in the universities, what happens, you can start as a tutorial fellow, kidogo kidogo, you become an associate professor, and then eventually you get to the point of a professor. A university has got so many professors, including the vice chancellor, or who is like the CEO of the whatever. But mshahara ya professor, at least ukifika level ya professor unaanza kupata mshahara ya professor. So perhaps I was thinking that can be effected in schools, whereby, I don't know, we can have an associate principal or something of the sort.
Assistant,
so that we can, because not all of us can be the principals of Nairobi School or the deputy principal of Nairobi School, but we can all, because of our level of experience and our expertise in teaching, perhaps at one point you might not be the principal of Nairobi School, but mshahara yako at least in a match your years of experience.
So when you talk about that, you will realize also the gap between the principal and the lowest, who is the highest paid teacher at D5, job group D5, and the lowest teacher who is entering the profession at B5 is very huge. But I want to appreciate the fact that though it's still down there, the gap is still very big. The current CBA allowed the 29% that you are hearing was awarded to the lowest. Then the 5% went to the highest, which is the D5. But still the gap is very big. So that's why I'm insisting there should be a way in which let's not anchor promotion on administration. We should have a way of making sure that we bridge the gap, so the majority of the teachers can come and fall around the middle and slightly upper job groups, even if they don't go through the managerial post. Yes, the principals can be up there.
Yes,
who are the few. But majority of the teachers should automatically move from one job group to another until a certain maybe middle ground that is a bit friendly to their survival and standards of living.
Okay. All right. So now I wanted us to address the elephant in the room.
Several
elephants actually.
Yes. Even before we continue with the elephant issue,
let's start with the frog in the room.
There's a frog here about the transfer of some teachers from ilikuwa ni Marsabit to Samburu. The issue of delocalization. Would you please tell us more about it? Because I saw there's a letter that was written about those teachers who wanted to be transferred from Marsabit to Samburu, to their local areas. Yes.
So that is an issue that has been a problem in the teaching fraternity, and it is also a problem even in Nairobi, because I remember there's a certain time that we are having teachers getting those promotions. But again, you are removed from Nairobi, you are delocalized to other areas where those opportunities arise. But again, you realize the transfer that you have been given, which is on promotion, it is like what do we call? It is not actually paying on your salary, because, like, for example, the allowances of Nairobi are lucrative. For example, the house allowance of Nairobi is way higher than that of Marsabit or other counties. Nairobi is the highest. So when you remove me from Nairobi and then you tell me you have promoted me, but where I'm going, I'll be earning less. And maybe you have loans with the banks. So you realize it is not really per se a promotion, it is like a demotion, because you'll be now earning less. So we are against the delocalization. And again, from which quarters is it coming? So when you see that is like political interference, because Teacher Service Commission is independent.
Yes.
Or it should be independent.
It
in
should
quotes,
be, yes.
It should be independent.
Yeah.
When we see letters flying from members of parliament to the deputy president requesting that teachers be moved from this area. So what is the role of Teacher Service Commission? I would think the woman rep, because I think I saw the letter from the woman rep and some members of parliament from Samburu, they should have written to Teacher Service Commission, the CEO, requesting for the same. And maybe have a meeting and say, in my area, because the members of parliament are advocates of their people. So they should walk to Teacher Service Commission, they have a meeting, my area does not have teachers, what are you going to do about it? But it should not be through the deputy president. I think that one is actually wrong. Yeah.
We saw a situation whereby Enoch Kiowambua, the senator for Kitui, a few weeks ago, saying that kuna walimu in Kitui who are receiving hardship allowance while others are not. I don't know if you're number one aware of that situation. How is it that some teachers can be receiving an allowance and others are not? Is that something normal?
That is quite abnormal, but I think I was not able to see that, although it depends on the area, because you can find in Kitui there are areas which are hardship and others which are not. So
within the county.
Within the county.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I guess maybe those who what he was trying to imply is in an area where it's not hardship, that there are teachers receiving hardship, which is wrong. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So are we done with the frog?
Yes.
There's this issue of capitation.
Okay.
And of course, we have seen it has really elicited a lot of reactions and emotions also in equal measure. What is the problem really? Because people who are out here, of course, we only know and see what we either read in the papers or hear in the news. Here's a situation whereby what Parliament agreed to was 22,000 and some coins on top, but now the ministry is saying here we can only afford 16. Maybe you can just give us an insight.
So whatever is happening with capitation, it is very unfair, because what you're saying about 22,000 is actually what should come to the schools. And this is also the same which is happening even in the primary schools, though it is not 22,000, it's lower. But when you're talking about these budget shortfalls and the capitation money, you find by the end of the term, the money that has come to the school is lower than what was expected. And
this is in every financial year?
Every financial, but it has been recurring now for the last 5 years.
Okay.
So what will happen if now this principal or these managers in our schools, the head of institutions, they have creditors who want to be paid? The students are eating. We have other bills to be paid. So by the end of the day, this is affecting learning. It is affecting learning in a big way, because you find the head of institutions will end up sending the students home. So the parents are actually the one carrying the burden. So that's why you are realizing currently most of the students are on the road. They arrive in school and they go back. And this is going to affect our education in a big way. Those who are in positions of power should look at it very keenly, because when these students go home, what is happening along the way, these girls will get distractions. That's how you end up having teenage pregnancy. Another problem has arisen. The boys again will start, even the girls, they along the way they start passing through the dens of drugs. Drugs problem is still an issue, especially to our secondary school and junior school students, even the primary schools. So you realize it is a challenge. And also, what have you done? You have disrupted learning. And it is even encouraging school dropout. So the issue of access to education is at the table. When you reduce capitation, then there's an issue with access of education, because when these students are disrupted from attending lessons, some of the parents are also are struggling very much. So what they are doing, I had an incident or several incidents of parents when they realize they cannot be able to raise 20,000 asked by the principals, or maybe the 2,000-3,000, some even 3,000, even at the primary school level, you find they drop out. I've heard of incidences whereby the parent says, so if Thomas, I'm not able to pay this, wait for the KCSE. Wait for the KGCSE, wait for the national examination, the KCP and all that. So what will happen? The issue of school dropouts is now on board.
Well, I think so far we know the government has the responsibility of education in our country. It is the government that has that bears that responsibility, right? And again, we know all of us, we also have a responsibility, and especially during times of crisis, like right now, whereby we are saying, despite the fact that education has been given the biggest budget, according to what we saw in the budget, education is one of the sectors that has been given a biggest part of that. That is true. But still we have a crisis in the education sector in terms of capitation, in terms of budgets. So now, this crisis, we have a responsibility, all of us. So I want to understand maybe from your area, what responsibility do you have in terms of, we have had ghost schools, that despite the fact that we have a crisis of schools not being able to get all the capitation that they deserve, we still have ghost schools that are still in there who are getting this share, getting this allocation, yet kuna wengine ambao kweli shule iko but they are not getting that amount.
So it is quite unfortunate. I was very keen, I saw the CS comment about it, CS Migos Ogamba, and it was just the normal way they say investigations are going to be done about it. It is very unfair when you see 100 million, 200 million going to schools that are not in existence, and we are having a problem with the capitation. This money could have been put in good practice.
Yes.
When you talk about capitation, we are talking about a very broader perspective, because some of these services are being rendered to schools. There is supply of food, there is constructions going on. So you affect many people, because there are people who are earning a living from working from the school. We have those even who are employed on BOM. When the principal does not have money, when the head teacher does not have money, these teachers, these workers of BOM will go even for 3 months without having a salary. So you can see the effect. Those who supplied cabbage, those who supplied onions and bread and all that, and milk, will now not receive their checks in good time, and it will now go even to the next financial year, and the debts will accrue. So there is a lot of crippling, because the school does not work as, we don't talk about just teachers. There are those who are supporting in terms of giving services and food and other services. So you find there are so many accrued debts. These schools you are seeing in primary and in secondary, they are having a lot of debts, and this is because of the shortfall in capitation. So it is affecting the teaching and learning, it is affecting the parents, it is affecting the service providers.
Mr. Karuri, mi niko na swali na you know me, sometimes I usually the Kenya National Union of Teachers is a stakeholder in education in this country. And I know it's not your responsibility to build schools, but is it possible that at one point the Kenya National Union of Teachers knew about ghost schools and they probably didn't say anything about it? Because the issue of ghost schools haijaanza saizi na budget ya 2025. A couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3, there was an issue of ghost schools that could have probably even been used as poll centers in previous elections. And of course we know ghost polling stations as well. Is it possible that NAT imekuwa ikijua hii story tu, lakini hakuna kitu mnasema?
Hey, Mr. Mbuvi, hapo kwa NAT umetuingilia.
And that's why I started by saying nimewa excuse kwanza, nikasema najua si responsibility yenu kujenga mashule, so lakini is it possible that
that one I don't want to say, you know, when you say is it possible we could have known, Now it depends on who, because the leadership is vast. We have the SG, we have the chairman, we have
You're also a leader.
all the way. You have me.
You're also a leader.
But if if I may speak for me and Nairobi branch, I think we are not aware of that. And if I speak for the SG, you see the mandate of the union is per se more of teachers.
Yes.
When I come, I'm coming to advocate for teacher salaries, teacher better working environment, teacher welfare and all that.
Yes.
As you have said, you have asked me and you have answered. It is not our mandate. However, if we get to know of such a case, obviously we are leaders and we are stakeholders. We will also act the issue of whistleblowing. Just like when we were having an issue to do with the CBC.
Right.
We were actually among the first group of the stakeholders to say that we were not ready. And you have seen the way the flip-flopping has been happening. Even when it comes to the issue of junior school. Currently, as we are speaking about, we are having an issue. The junior school teachers are domiciled in primary school. As they have been domiciled in primary school, there is a push with also the secondary school. They also want them to go there. This was an issue to do with also the public participation. So once the stakeholders are involved, we are able to have more say in some of these issues. But you realize then we were not well involved. That's why we were opposing it. There was no session of paper. The session of paper is hurriedly being done right now. When you're talking about a session of paper of the same, and already we have started implementing it, that's why you're having even issues about, even what to talk about resource and budget shortfalls. You're having junior schools which do not have laboratories. Facilities are not the same. When you go to schools in Nairobi, and I want to invite you to go around some of these schools, you're going to a school which has 180 students in a classroom setup with only one teacher, and we are saying we are doing CBE. So you see, there's a big challenge when it comes of financing. Patricia has said the government has has invested a lot in education. We are taking the lion's share, but is it enough? Again, education is the pillar. The investment of education is not seen immediately, but with the generations, these fruits are going to be seen. So when you're having 180, 150, 100 students in a school, and you know the CBE is something that's trying to capture the competencies of this individual learner. How are we going to teach these CBE skills with the current shortfall, even when talking about the teachers? Yes, the government is doing something, but what the government is doing is not enough. Even in terms of classroom, the government has done a lot. I want to appreciate. When you go around the schools are coming up, but again, the population have bulged. So what the government is doing should do even more, because already we are trying to do we are doing catch up.
The reason I'm going to rehash on that point of ghost schools and not being a stakeholder is this, because next year we will have another budget, and we might end up having the same problems, because we're saying, oh, pesa itoshi, we can't do this and we can't do that. And God forbid, we have another issue of ghost schools receiving billions, because according to the Auditor General, she said that it's in the tune of billions that these schools have been receiving, these ghost schools. So I hope and I pray, because I honestly do not know the extent of the mandate of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, but I hope that you'll be at the forefront as NAT to ensure that, first of all, these ghost schools are identified. We might not be able to do much about the money that has already been lost, but I think we can do much more about the money that might be lost in the future. So we find out these ghost schools, where they are, and so that we can get rid of them, so that easy billions sasa zirudi kwa kiti yenu, get more teachers, get more salaries, get more promotions,
allowances and all that.
Exactly.
Mr. Buvi, I can confirm to you that Kenya National Union of Teachers, it's a big structure running all the way from a school rep, a sub-county leader, all the way to the national leadership. And when we are privy to such information, we shall not hesitate to whistleblow. But currently, I want to confidently say that we didn't know, because of the mandate that cuts across. If we could have known, and this should come from the ministry and those who are allocating the resources, obviously we could have been able to say.
Leo tutawa excuse, but
okay.
next year this conversation will be completely different, because there's no way to just care, oh, 6 billion has been lost to ghost schools.
Yes.
And now we say we didn't know. I believe we let the media play their part. Let's ask these questions, but also now stakeholders, because at the end of the day nyinyi ndio mtaenda kwa serikali kusema tuongezeni mshahara, serikali waambia hakuna pesa na mtakuwa na authority ya kuambia, lakini si kuna zile ghost schools pale. Yes,
but I'm happy when you talk about the media, whatever you are doing in covering those kind of stories. I think that is positive. But sometimes you exaggerate, because when you say that teachers are laughing all the way to the bank, and like the recent CBA, we don't want to say that.
Are you crying to the bank?
We are crying. Teachers are crying all the way to the bank.
Okay.
We don't want to say that there was no increment. Yes, there was an increment. But when you find a teacher earning an increase of 1,000 Kenya shillings or 2,000 Kenya shillings, majority were between 2,000 and 1,000. And then you realize when this increase comes, there is also an increase in the statutory deductions. The KRA percentage goes high. The housing levy goes high. So the 1,000 or the 1,200
inamezwa tu tena
inakatwa yote
plus ingine,
so you find a teacher going with 600. Then Mbuvi anaweka kwa gazeti anasema teachers laughing, smiling all the way to the bank. So it's quite unfair. So let's have some also good reporting. Sometimes you hype it and you muuze gazeti, but
at the end of the day we also give you an opportunity to come here and explain, like now what you've explained. So there's this issue also, this is a giraffe in the room. There's this issue of, we saw Eric Omondi, the comedian stroke now activist. He went to a place like Turkana na akajenga shule, but tukaona some leaders in that area were not happy about it. So I happened to ask about what's the deal with some of these, especially the arid areas or the marginalized areas, sometimes we like to assume they are. And someone told me that manze uwezi jenga shule place kama Turkana iko na mlango na dirisha because the place is too hot. I've never been to Turkana, and maybe you can let me know, because I'm sure even if you've not been there, you've spoken to your colleagues. Is it that bad that because I don't understand how an entire county cannot have classrooms? But I'm sure there may be one or two, but I mean, is it possible that we have students reading under a tree?
Now, when you ask about that question, Buvi, does the governor of Turkana or the leadership, do they operate under a tree?
Of course not.
Do they have structures where they can be able to shelter?
Yes, they do.
So why not a classroom? So I think that is an issue to do. It's good you started by saying politics.
Yes.
Because the politicians, what we are experiencing, and it is not only in Turkana or those areas. It is across the board. Even in Nairobi, we may have people coming or interested in doing a very good project, but because the politician has an interest in it, or because the politician will want it to pass through him, they are going to oppose. We have had very positive projects, not even within the education sector, even hospitals. Like, for example, I remember sometimes back there was a certain big sponsor wanted to do a child hospital in Nairobi, but because the powers of the day were not well involved, they wanted to be given the money and do it so that they benefit. I'm now answering your question.
Yes.
They are going to sabotage it. But now when they are put on board in a way that they know they are going to benefit, whether resource-wise or political mileage, they are going to support it. So when it is an issue to do with a donor coming to do a project without even involving the politician,
there's a problem.
There's a problem because the politician of that area want to take political mileage. So that could have been the case. Maybe Eric was not able to maneuver.
Yes.
So that's our country today. The politicians have taken hostage the country, and they want to be having a hand in it. And you can see this is happening even in the education sector. I don't know why you're not asking me like that. How are politicians offering recruitment letters?
That was going to be part of the question.
That is an issue we are raising.
We saw MPs being given direct, what is it called, recruitment authority or power.
It is happening currently. Kenya National Union of Teachers, we have spoken against it. It is the mandate of TSC to give recruitment. Because you find when this is happening, the politician is going to give to anyone. But maybe you find there is a teacher who graduated in 2021, 2022, 2023 is going to get a letter. But there is a teacher who is waiting to be recruited by Teacher Service Commission. Yeye hajui mtu. Yeye hana connections ya MP na nini. Aligraduate 2015. Anabaki, these were 2023 anachukuliwa. It should be as per the graduation year, so that you are able to have fairness and equality.
I thought because CTSC ndio HR body yenu.
Yes.
So if TSC, how did they even allow that particular role be taken away from them, or they still have it? It's just that they're sharing it to the MPs.
That's what I'm saying.
What's going on?
Teacher Service Commission should be independent, but are they? Because when these letters are coming from TSC, you are seeing them with members of parliament. I even saw another one, the former CS, issue them at a public rally in Kisii. We saw, and we have seen some even visiting very high offices. They are saying when they visit high offices, they come out with these letters. So they are being dished out for political mileage, and this is something that we are against as a union, because it is going to affect the teaching force.
So
even when they are going to be employed, they will now be speaking with that bravado that I have connections. I was brought here by a member of parliament. So are they even going to adhere to the school leadership and all that?
So let me ask, in that same issue of recruitment. So here we are talking about it, and I'm sure you have made noise about it, but actively, what are teachers doing about it? Because I'm sure there's a teacher who's very happy about it. Benefit. They anashanga mnazusha nini na niko na barua. Number one, are they part of NAT now?
Yeah, they are part of NAT. You see, what we are questioning, we are not having a problem with them being recruited. We are questioning the process, because once we go that way, we are going to lose it as a country. It's good to differentiate. It doesn't mean that because they are going to come and they are going to get the job. Yes, they are gotten the job, they'll be assisted. But is the process right? Is the process right? Yes, you are going to get the union dues once they are employed in permanent. But what about that teacher who was left out in 2015? We are advocating for fairness, even as with those who have not been employed. Yes, we are supposed to advocate for those who are employed. But even as we speak about that, is the process fair? Because we are stakeholders. I've pointed out to a situation whereby teachers who are coming in, because they are using routes that are not being monitored by the Teacher Service Commission, you find some of them have just graduated recently. Those who graduated early have been left out. That's why we are saying the role of recruitment should be left entirely to Teacher Service Commission. When the MC, what about now we give the MCA and the senator and the women rep? Look at the confusion. So as education stakeholders, let TSA be independent when it comes to one of the role is recruitment, when it comes to promotion, so that we can even be able to put it to task. You saw we have, but I'm happy with the education committee. They have been doing a good job. They put them to task. There was an education meeting and they were being asked those kind of questions. And the CEO was having, the outgoing CEO, the one who went, the former CEO, she was having a lot of problem answering questions on how some of these things are happening. But of course, it is an influence from the higher office.
For God's sake, some of these responsibilities and these duties, si tuachie tu watu ambao wanafaa kufanya. Because it really affects the quality of even the teachers that will be brought on board. It will affect the quality of education as well, and so many other things. Of course, we shall see the outcome later. Well, I think I'll ask a different question about the education system. I think the city here has been pointing out that the implementation of the 844 system was not done well. The 844 system, that the system was quite good. Yes. Looking at now the CBC, what do you think about its implementation? Are we going to find ourselves in the same situation like we have seen with the 844 system in terms of implementation?
Okay, that's a very good question, because I grew through the 844 system, and I remember at some point at grade 5, I was told that I'm not going to do I think there were 8 subjects, I was supposed to do 5. So the home science, the craft, and all those workshops, they were closed. And that's what we are coming back. The skills, isn't it? Then the funding and all that. I've started speaking about the funding. The current CBE implementation, we still don't have a sessional paper. So I'm now answering you. Is it being implemented well? We don't have a sessional paper. What should have come first? Those are some of the first things we could have done. So it has been, and then the question of domiciling, whether is it secondary, is it which are they going to belong to which union? There has been a lot of push and pull because this thing was not the stakeholders were not well involved in the prior initial rollout. Again, I've given you a situation of the area where I represent. I represent teachers in Dagoretti in Nairobi branch, not Nairobi branch. I have schools in Dagoretti, and I want to invite you. Some of the schools in Dagoretti, I normally visit the teachers to hear about their plates and all that, and I find a teacher sitting outside because the class is full. Kiti ya mwalimu iko hapo nje.
So
we are implementing CBE.
Anafunza kutoka kwa mlango.
Anafunza kutoka kwa mlango. And these things are well known. Is it being well implemented? So these are things that needs to be looked at. At the same time you're speaking about that, we are complaining about budget shortfalls. The infrastructure is not enough. The teachers are not enough. So we should accelerate building of classrooms so that such a school is going to have enough classrooms for those teachers. When you have
by the time you're teaching outside, sitting outside as you're teaching, in kumaanisha classroom iko na watoto wangapi?
I'm speaking honestly, I'm speaking about a class. I know a certain teacher alikuwa na walimu ako na walimu 180.
Wanafunzi 180
in Nairobi.
Wanafunzi 180.
Yeah.
One teacher.
Yeah, the school has a population of 6,000.
Yeah,
6,000. This is Nairobi.
It's a public school, yeah?
It's a public school.
Uwe ni mwalimu
wakiachiliwa hivi unaweza sema ni rally.
Anaongelesha wanafunzi. One lesson is usually how long? By the remind me, nimesahau.
35 minutes.
35 minutes.
Yeah. 35
so
40.
So let's even go with 40. So in 40 minutes, you will have listened to 180 students or rather interacted with 180 students.
Yeah, you mark you give them 5 sums, you mark. You give them an insha or a composition, you mark. You go through, there's even during examination, there's the reading assessment.
Yes.
Usikilize hao wote
180
and you give a note to each. We are talking about CBE, which is having a lot of documentation.
Right.
To assess each and every competency of this learner. That's what I'm saying. I'm answering you. Are we implementing it right? So there is a big challenge. It is not like it is not doable, but the government must step up. We need to have more classes being built and accelerated because already we have started having rollover. We are now having the grade 10 moving to senior school.
Yes.
So already we are now in senior school. So it needs to move with speed. We need to have teachers coming on board, enough teachers to be able to capture that, because when you have more classes, more teachers, so that they can be able to attend. In fact, if I am asked, this CBE needs 2 teachers per class, so that you are able to, one is able to do this, the other one is marking, and you're able to assist each other. But we are far much ahead, far much below the expectations. But I also want to agree to the fact that Rome was not built in one day.
Sure.
Yeah, so I remember even during the 844 system, it is a process that took time. But as we are speaking currently, the government needs to speed up in... If you're having junior school students without laboratories, what are they doing? And they're having science lesson.
Yeah, because someone in Mulolongo is telling me that there's a school called Ngwata Primary, which has a population of over 3,000 pupils. So you've told me the one for 6,000, and that one is a complete shock. Mi nakumbuka Nairobi school, na hiyo ni high school, tulikuanga watu about 1,000. And I used to meet a new student every day for the 4 years I was there. So I can't even fathom what 3,000 pupils
Mbuvi,
at Ngwata.
they can't have an assembly at once. Assembly in a break, you are like 3 times. So 6,000 students assembly.
It's not making sense.
Yeah, you're talking about a very big population in that school.
Yeah.
And it's not only that school. There is another one just nearby. The 6,000. There's another one with 4,500. Another one is 3,000. I'm talking about the area I represent.
All right, so we're about to get to the bottom of this conversation, rather the tail end, not really the bottom. But I'm shocked. I am shocked.
That the promise is not promising.
So where are we as far as education is concerned? What do we need to do to achieve the promise, as we like to call it here? What do we need to do? You may say there's some few reforms that need to happen in CBC, but saizi first aid gani tunahitaji as of today? Today is when? Today is 14th of August 2025.
one of the roles of the government, the Ministry of Education, is development of this education and implementation, and this is guided by a policy. So, like the session of paper that I was speaking about is going to streamline a lot of things. So currently, I'm happy to note that I saw the president comment on it. It should be fast-tracked. That's the first thing that should now be completed, so that it is that is going to guide everything. When you're talking about teachers' motivation and all that, we are having the CPG. I'm happy to report to you that despite the fact that CPG has been derailing teachers' promotion, the push by the union that was last time during the strike, it has led to some positive outcome, and currently they have started a process of reviewing the CPG, and it is now going in line with the job evaluation that is also happening. Again, there is an elephant in the room that is called the SRC. It has also been a very big challenge to us, because once we want to negotiate with the teachers, with the Teacher Service Commission, as it were before, SRC comes with a benchmark.
This is now the remuneration commission.
Salary and Remuneration Commission. It is a thorn in the flesh to the workers of Kenya. Reason because once we want to fight for the teachers' rights, they come and say it should not go beyond this.
Okay.
And I understand because of the control of the wage bill and all that. But it is only to these workers. When a certain sector of workers,
MPs,
when the MPs want to add their salaries, the wage bill is not an issue.
Right.
But if the teachers and the doctors, it is an issue. That is another problem that is coming up, and it is really infringing on the industrial movement, the union, because before we could have pushed and been able to have something marginal, but currently we're having a challenge.
All right.
So when we are having that review of the CPG that is taking place, and it is going to be through by next year.
Yes.
It is going to take place, and we are hoping it is going to capture these gaps that are there. We talk about capitation. We have talked about that the government should come on board. Even the issue of NGCDF and all these funds with the MCA,
hizo tutasort.
Hizo hata zieko kwa kikapu moja.
Aya. Mwalimu, unfortunately that's the time we have. We have to put a stop to that conversation right here. But thank you so much for coming. That has been Joseph Karuri Munyiri. He's the trade union official, Kenya National Union of Teachers, Nairobi branch. Na umesema unasimamia Dagoretti, eh?
Nasimamia Dagoretti.
Una represent Dagoretti.
Dagoretti teachers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. We invite you here again to give us more of these updates.
Okay, sawa.
This is where we say kwaheri. Myself and Patricia see you tomorrow, Friday, bright and early, the 15th day of August 2025. It's been real. Hasta la vista.
Hasta luego.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.